I'm going to Bottomland! 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland! 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland! 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. It's everywhere! We're covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
The Panther is here!
I'm going to Bottomland! 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 I have not been fucked in this outfit, chat.
Just come.
8 homosexuals. You can get filled up with stuff. Trust me. puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Covered in puppet milk. Bottomland! 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 Puppet milk.
It's 9/11. Never.
Hello everyone, welcome to another stream. How's everyone doing? A little early again today. Ooh, my hair looks good today, god damn. Let's see, did I miss anything in chat? I don't think so, at least not in terms of... Oh wait, no, there's one bits. Gnome Pickle says, welcome to Bottomland, paddles provided. And I think that's it. How you doing everyone? Did I get the DM? Which DM? Hold on, which platform did you send me a DM on? Was it Twitter? Was it Twitch? I didn't get one on Twitch. Did you send it on Twitter? You were just talking about last night's Nazi Discord? Let me check Discord. Oh, fuck yeah! Thank you. I'll leave that a secret. That's good. I've been... No, I messaged you back. I don't know if you want me to say, because I don't think you necessarily want people to annoy you for it, so I won't say anything, but thank you. Mike Max 321, thanks for 25 months, says, can't wait for the submarine conspiracy to come in, but sadly the people in it died. Yeah, they imploded. They imploded. Which isn't like a fun thing to happen to you. But I would also recommend if you don't want to implode, don't build the cheapest submarine that you can possibly build without any regulation, and then pilot it to the bottom of the ocean. Like, you know, like if they had fallen into the submarine, oh no, I'm in a submarine, I don't consent to this, and it had slammed closed and they'd fell to the bottom of the ocean, you know, then I'd feel bad. But like, they all knew what they were doing, they consented to it, they signed the release form. It is what it is, that's the risk. The same reason I'm not sad, like, if someone's climbing Mount Everest, you know, which is a huge, like, tourist thing for rich people now, is climbing Mount Everest. If you die doing that, like, that's unfortunate for your family, but, like, you did do something that's incredibly dangerous that you knew you were going to risk your life. So it is what it is. Revolver Osathot says, just wanted to say you looked super, Babely last stream. The eye makeup, the curls were poppin', and it's always very Babely when a hot girl wipes the floor with a Nazi. Also, as an only child, I also invented scenarios in video games. Anyways, thanks for all you do. Well, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one. I invited a Bed Bath & Beyond stock person to come to the stream if they wanted. I'm curious if they'll show up. No, it's the ad face. Okay. Anyway, Starlight Did Nothing Wrong says, Hannah, my boyfriend says I'm a lot like you because I'm also a bottom who loves cheese. I just wanted you to know this. Those are the best qualities about me. They both involve things going into my body. Am I simply a receptacle for cheese and cylinders? Okay, done. Alright, Oh, Halloween Town! Of course, you found your fucking account. Good, you were able to get back in. I'm so glad. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to have all your Danzy points. I'm really glad you got back into your account. Welcome back. Okay, anyway, so today we're doing the Bed Bath & Beyond stock thing. We've talked about this before. This is not the most popular stream I do, I'm fully aware of that, but it's a very particular fascination that I've been having, okay? So Bed Bath & Beyond, bankrupt towel company, as we know. We also know, from the earlier streams I've done on this is sort of your recap, that a bunch of meme stock people, many of whom came from the GameStop meme stock community, bought into Bed Bath & Beyond when GameStop guy, I don't remember, what's Ryan Cohen's specific role in GameStop? He's not the CEO, is he? Is he the COO? Whatever he is, he's high up in GameStop, and he's sort of an Elon Musk type, a Musk wannabe, a relatively rich tech bro that wants to disrupt industry. I'm not doing the Black's Law Dictionary thing today. And we've looked that one up before anyway, Sume. Shit, now I lost my train of thought. Oh, so they came over from the GameStop community of investors, gambling addicts, because Ryan Cohen, who's a big guy in GameStop for these people because he likes memes and Elon Musk and all that bullshit, he bought into Bed Bath & Beyond. The price went way up because he convinced all these other people, the meme stock people, to buy into Bed Bath & Beyond, thinking he was gonna come in and fix Bed Bath & Beyond. Because for no reason they think this man is a miracle worker that can fix failing companies. He's not done this, so I don't know why they think he has the ability to do so. And he left pretty soon after he got in. So he basically got in at a lower price, bought a bunch, which raised the stock a bit, and then a bunch of his fans bought in, which raised the price further, and then he dumped. So he basically pump and dumped Bed Bath & Beyond stock. Whether purposeful or accidental, he fucked all these people over who are big fans of him and left them with his bags. So, they are desperate. They have put a ton of money into Bed Bath & Beyond, and if you're not familiar with the state of their stock, over the last 5 years, it has lost 99% of its value. The value of this stock has shrank by a factor of 100, from $20 to 20 cents in the last 5 years. Okay? The spike there in 2021 is about when Ryan Cohen bought in, by the way. And I'm pretty sure this sharp decline here is where he sold and people realized, oh fuck, he's fucking us. But then the meme stock people were like, no, it's fine, and now they're in a continuous cycle of trying to pump the stock up, but it just going lower because everyone knows the company's done. It's fucked. So these people are delusional that we're going to be looking at today. I have sympathy for them, believe it or not. I think many of them are really desperate. I think they've put a lot of money into this, and they're sort of in a sunk cost fallacy situation on top of the conspiracies they already buy into. They have paranoid tendencies where they believe that giant mega hedge funds are intentionally sabotaging Bed Bath & Beyond, and that's why it failed, when in reality it was just an unsustainable business model in this day and age. So let's take a look. This was posted earlier today. Oh, and this is important too. Today there was an auction that got finalized to buy the IP of Bed Bath & Beyond because they're liquidating the company. If you have any Bed Bath & Beyond stores around you, I'm sure you saw, they've all closed. The few that exist are just there to try and get rid of as much excess merchandise as possible for the liquidation. Did the GameStop thing from last year or whatever just end up being a whole lot of nothing? Yeah, they're still going. There's still GameStop meme stock people too. But we're talking about Bed Bath & Beyond today, because they're in the final stages of the actual company. GameStop still isn't doing well either, though. It's losing money. same meme stock people build conspiracies around that as well. For instance, they recently, the GameStop recently posted a last quarter loss of $55 million. So it's not great. PK the Lost, thanks for 31 months. Anyway, so this bid went on today, and Overstock.com. You guys familiar with Overstock.com? They bought the intellectual property of Bed Bath & Beyond for $20-something million. 21 million, something like that. So basically, they bought the name Bed Bath & Beyond and any other intellectual property they own. So like, if they have a certain line of like towels or dinnerware that has a specific name or trademark affiliated with it that's owned by Bed Bath & Beyond, Overstock also owns that. So this is pretty much, you know, a marker that, hey, this store is dead. Not only are they getting rid of all their inventory, they're literally selling the name of their brand. They're winding down all operations. Like, they're done. They're not gonna try and reopen Bed Bath & Beyond in any way, shape, or form. Right? This guy disagrees, though. So that's interesting.
Good morning, guys. This is Guy Smollett. It's Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. Guys, don't be fooled by the filings in court and by the stalking horse bidder.
Don't be fooled by these legal documents filed in court that, if they were incorrect, would be tantamount to perjury. Don't trust these legal documents that say Bed Bath & Beyond is selling their intellectual property. Trust me, a person on the internet who told you to put your life savings into a failing brick-and-mortar home goods store.
21 peanuts, 21 million.
This clip is absolutely going to be in... Dan Olson, Folding Ideas, is doing a meme stock essay. He's working on it. He's got to include this clip. It's so good.
Peanuts, that doesn't... It's not the intrinsic value of this great company.
So he's saying that $21 million is underpaying for the usage of the name Bed Bath & Beyond. A brand which means nothing. A brand which, at least to my ear, is associated with dirty stores, annoying spam coupons, overpriced products. It's not a prestige brand. This isn't Apple. Like, if you were selling the brand name Apple or Google, these are names that are worth a lot of money, although I find the whole concept of buying brands so interesting. But I understand why it exists in our economic system. It's just a bizarre, very human, irrational thing. But Bed Bath & Beyond is not a prestige brand. It's a dumpy mini mall store. Like, you'll see it next to like a Five Below or a Target. Like, it's fine. I'm frankly kind of surprised they got 21 million for it.
Basically, that's just an offer,
It's an offer that they have accepted.
Starting...
At least tentatively, they have accepted the offer. Yes.
For the stalking horse... I mean, let me call it this way. A stalking cat bidder. This is not a horse. It doesn't run that way. So basically, if you go to the LinkedIn account of Patty Hu, the director in charge of Bye Bye Baby, she posted pictures. And guys, I'm surprised. I mean...
I should mention, this guy's insane. He, as literally... Oh god, I'm trying to remember the exact instance. Did he try and call the school that Ryan Cohen's kids go to see if they were at school that day because he thought it would mean something related to the stock? He did something fucking crazy like that. Like, there's a whole video essay just about this guy already that someone else did, and I watched it, and he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Bumble Homestead, thanks for gifting a sub.
company, they say it's going out of business, and then you see the exec.
It is out of business. I don't know how many stores are even still remaining. How many Bed Bath and Beyond stores are left? I don't even know if we'll be able to get an accurate, like, a directory in Michigan. Oh! The page is blank. Because apparently there are none in my state anymore. No, there it is. Bed Bath & Beyond is closing all of their remaining 360 stores. Well, there you go. So they are closing all of them. Again, I think a few might be open at the moment in some places in the country, and it's literally just a place to try and get rid of excess merchandise. But again, they sold the intellectual property rights, so.
Executives and directors with smiles like that, the smiles going up to here.
They're happy because they're millionaires that are going to get golden parachutes and don't care. They'll just move on to another company. They're rich executives. Of course they're smiling. I'd be smiling a lot too if I just didn't have any real problems. Sir, you have lost your money. You have risked a lot. And you've lost all of it. The people that you're saying, well, why are the executives smiling about this? They must know something I don't. What they know is they don't give a shit about you or retail investors. They don't give a fuck. You lost your money, which they are going to use to pay off their debtors. I really don't know what else to tell you.
Guys, this is not the end. This is not the end. Also, that name itself is worth billions of dollars, right?
He thinks the name Bed Bath & Beyond is worth millions. We know it's not, because we had an auction, and the highest bid was $21 million.
So today and tomorrow, basically, what I'm gonna see, this is what I expect, the fake mainstream media, they're gonna scare the hell of you. They're gonna try their last chance to push you to sell your shares. But don't sell, buy and hold. It's a buy, hold, and beyond. That's the company's name, the future name. So this is my lovely store, and everything is in there waiting. So
He's looking in the window of a Bed Bath & Beyond in his city that has closed, that has had a going out of business sale. And because the shelves are still in there, he's saying, look guys, everything's still in there. He thinks this Bed Bath & Beyond store that is closed, that has nothing in it except the empty shelving and other, furniture that's just a part of the structure or too big to move. He believes they're going to open back up at some point as a Bed Bath & Beyond. When does the stock officially get delisted? When the company closes its last store? I don't know the exact things that make it a publicly traded stock, like on the New York Stock Exchange or whatever. I don't know the specific things, but I know it got delisted shortly after they filed for bankruptcy.
basically, and guys, Ryan said, I am contrarian in nature.
Reminder, Ryan Cohen is the guy that fucked over Bed Bath & Beyond investors, the retail investors that he brought over to Bed Bath & Beyond by pumping the stock and dumping it and leaving them with his bags. But they love the man. They don't believe he really sold, or they believe he's gonna come in and at the last minute, like a movie, save Bed Bath & Beyond and merge it with GameStop. Some of them believe that Bed Bath & Beyond and GameStop are going to merge and be a competitor to Amazon.
I love I love things.
Thank you. Does this have the criteria for delisting, I'm assuming? Can be mandatory or voluntary. I know if they're taken private, it gets taken out. Stocks that fail to meet the exchange's requirements, so it just depends on the exchange's requirements. Regulatory compliance, financial difficulty. Companies that are facing financial difficulties, such as dropping sales, mounting debts, or sustained losses, may be at higher risk of having the stock delisted from the market. Bankruptcy. Delisting of a firm's stock may result from bankruptcy or considerable reorganization. If a firm declares bankruptcy or goes through considerable reorganization, the stock of that company may be delisted. Well, there you go.
Things when nobody wants them, and right now,
Does he know he literally owns nothing? Like, you can't even buy the stock anymore or do anything. You can buy and sell OTC, which stands for over the counter. Are you guys familiar with like penny stocks, stuff like that? Kind of does that. It's difficult to trade, but it is possible. But the prices are much lower. But people are still technically able to trade these shares as of right now. They're just basically worthless. But these people don't know that, so they're buying still when they can.
now as I see, nobody wants this company. And Bye Bye Baby or Bed Bath & Beyond, wait for Ryan Cohen. He's gonna...
It's interesting to me that even his own argument is self-contradictory. He thinks that the brand of Bed Bath & Beyond is worth billions of dollars, but he also recognizes that no one wants to buy the company, and since Ryan Cohen has said in interviews that he's a contrarian, he believes that Ryan Cohen will buy Bed Bath & Beyond. Even though the reason he thinks he'll buy it is because no one else wants it, but he also thinks the company is worth billions, the name alone. These two things don't make sense. If the IP of the company was worth billions of dollars, and the lowest bid, or the highest bid currently was $21 million, anyone with the capital to buy it would jump on the chance to buy such a high ticket, like IP, at such a low price, but that's not what's happening, because it's not worth billions of dollars.
To do something, guys. All right, cheers. Cheers, we're winning. Don't sell. It's a buy, hold, and beyond.
Don't sell. Don't do anything. Don't sell. So he's not doing amazing, if I'm being honest. Here's a clip. We're gonna watch more of this live stream. This guy and the other guy, they do a regular live stream at least a couple times a week usually, and their main thing is Bed Bath & Beyond, and they have desperately been trying to spin nonsense conspiracy theories about how Ryan Cohen is gonna show up and save the stock, or like it's all a psyop in order to trap short sellers. Absolutely nutty stuff. Killjoy says, so general penny stock investors tried to buy 1 million stocks for a penny a piece, and if it hits like 2 cents because it comes up in a news story and they make a small profit, he thinks that's actually a long-term investment. He thinks it's going to rise out of OTC, and it's going to have such a resurgence that it'll get relisted and then pop off because they think that it's going to... They basically think that there's an impossible financial conspiracy happening that's artificially deflating the stock price because of short sellers and synthetic shorts. This is not true. The company is just worthless, relatively speaking, in a continual business sense. It has pieces that can be picked off by vulture capitalists, but like, you know... I saw actually a good explanation the other day. These people get the order of operations wrong. They see short sellers shorting a company like Bed Bath & Beyond, and the price continues to go down, and they think, oh my god, the short sellers are destroying and artificially deflating the price of this stock. When in reality, it's kind of like they're looking at dead body being eaten by vultures and going, oh my god, those vultures killed that guy. We have to stop these vultures. They're killing everything. We always see them with these dead bodies. They're missing correlation causation. Yes, short selling in large volumes can reduce the price of a stock, but A, that's not the primary way that stock prices fluctuate. And B, the reason short sellers even do short selling with specific companies is because they have confidence based on their DD, which they call due diligence on shows like this, because they do their research and stock analysis and realize, oh, this company's price is probably going to go down. Generally, they don't maliciously just look at a random company and go, there's a sustainable business. Let's destroy it with short selling. Because that doesn't make any sense as a business strategy. If you're going to short sell, you're going to do it to companies you already think are structurally unsound. H. Baird says, synthetic shorts, those are super uncomfortable on hot days. Synthetic shorts are, they believe, the way that short selling works, there's a hydrate, so let me do that. Short selling entails borrowing someone's stock, selling it today, hoping that later, when you have to give it back to that person, the price will be lower, so you can buy back the stock, but stock is fungible, so any one stock of a company, any common stock is the same as any other common stock, so you rebuy it at a lower price and return that to the person you borrowed it from, and you get to keep the difference. Anyway, naked short selling, which these people think is happening en masse on GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond, is an illegal process by which someone short sells a stock they don't actually own. You see? This is illegal. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it doesn't happen in the same volume that they're talking about. It doesn't happen in a volume that affects stock price, really. You know? It's kind of like when Trump and other, conspiracy theorists around the 2020 election say, like, oh my god, voter fraud. But then when you look at it, there aren't millions of instances of any kind of voter fraud. There's maybe one or two idiots who try and do it and they get caught. You know what I mean? Similar situation. They're looking at something that is a real thing, but uncommon, and going, this is why all our problems are the way they are.
Exit. The weekend's here. Honestly, people, even more documents are going to drop over the weekend. Don't get your knickers in a twist like they say in the UK.
Right.
Everything is pre-planned. In order to win a war, you pre-plan it. Look, the battle's already won, okay? This has been a massive chess game with billions of dollars by activists who believe in something and they want to change an industry and get rid of naked short selling. I believe we're going to be a part of that catalyst. It's going to be monumental.
So, let's strip this to the studs and talk about what's actually going on here. These two were tricked by a rich tech bro asshole, Ryan Cohen, into buying into Bed Bath & Beyond. He tricked them, basically. Don't get me wrong, they have culpability, they chose to do it, no one made them, but he knew what he was doing, I think, when he did it, right? So these guys were tricked into being the dump of a pump and dump, again, at their expense for a millionaire. Psychologically, we don't like when things like that happen to us. For a lot of people, especially people who are maybe insecure or haven't really dealt with their ego in a healthy way, and I don't mean that necessarily, I don't necessarily mean they're egotistical in the colloquial sense. I mean in the sense that their sense of identity is so insecure, their sense of identity is so fragile, that they need to encase their ego in this defensive layer. And if anything happens that would shatter their illusion of their own identity, if they get tricked, if they get fooled, if they feel in some way that they've been, made a bad choice, that would impact their ego and sense of self so severely and hurt them that it becomes easier for them to psychologically construct paranoid delusions to explain away these things, to explain away these failings. So instead of internally dealing with their own failures, these failures become externalized. It's no longer internal stuff you have to deal with and reckon with your own identity. You no longer have to struggle with this cognitive dissonance of your identity versus the failure of your actions. You have now externalized that problem and turned it into a malevolent force that is hurting you. And in fact, in order to further boost one's ego, you can create narratives like, we're on a righteous quest. This isn't just about us making money. Of course not. It's not about the money, even though it was clearly always about the money. It's about destroying naked short sellers and save the economy. They're very deep into this delusion, and it's a defense mechanism. It's a very, very maladaptive defense mechanism, but that's what it is. Hats off, Ashy Boo. Witch hat? I can do that. Yep, AMC, GameStop, it's all similar. They're just at different stages of the collapse of the company. I suspect we'll see this with GameStop and AMC down the road.
We're making history here. Enjoy the weekend. Relax. Spend some time with your family. It's totally out of your control at this point. There is nothing you can do except hold. And that's really what you got to understand at this point in time. No matter what drops between here and June 27th, there's really nothing you can do except hold. And, myself personally, not financial advice, but I would never sell at 20 cents, especially where I bought in at.
I'm so curious what his price average is. Probably not good. So, like I said, the bid was approved today. It goes through court approval, which isn't an abnormal process. Sales like this go through the court. Next Tuesday, the 27th, is the date he's talking about. That's when it'll actually be signed off on by the court, unless there's any sort of legal challenge, but I've seen nothing to imply that there'll actually be any sort of challenge to this bid acceptance. There's not really any reason to my knowledge. But again, they've shifted goalposts into the future because they can, because they're trying to protect themselves. So they're waiting till next Tuesday now, even though it's a formality. I'm really sorry, Profane Priestess. I'm really, really sorry.
This has been so well planned that, think about it, they even put restrictions on 4.5% holders. And just to clarify what that means, guys, is that if you are a majority shareholder in this company, you have to write Bed Bath a letter and say, I would like to sell some shares. They have to give you written permission, and then there's a 20-day hiatus before you can actually sell. What that?
Because they're worthless. Because this is an opportune time to scam people and try and tell them, hey, you want my Bed Bath & Beyond shares? Because they're worthless and you're trying to hoist the bags off on other people before, even to these people, it's got to be evident. I'm overly confident there are still people holding Sears common stock that think the company's going to surge back. Basically, there are restrictions on this in order to protect people from being scammed by being sold useless bullshit, like Bed Bath & Beyond stock is now.
That means for retail investors is nobody can pull the plug and give shorts a bunch of shares to counter us or cover with.
Again, their entire thesis, their entire bedrock assumption for their logic, quote unquote, is dependent upon the price of Bed Bath & Beyond and its failures being entirely caused by short sellers, specifically naked short sellers. It's absurd. It's nonsense. They're not even playing the same game. Like, they're gambling addicts that are trying to play blackjack, and they keep, like, they keep trying, they're like going, snake eyes, you know? And they're like, what are you talking about? That's not even the right game. They don't even know the game they're playing, and they're losing, and they don't know how badly they're losing because they don't know the rules of the game. They've made up their own in their head so that they can feel better when they lose.
It means is all these institutions and big holders that are holding 4.5 cannot exit their position to help the shorts out. There are no shorts shares available, guys. We are in a premium, prestigious position.
They're in a prestigious position, guys, holding stock in this company. Oh boy. I really don't know. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. Oh, in case these guys need a lesson, I found someone who maybe, speaks it. This is so mean. What a mean bit I'm about to do. Here's someone who speaks on their level of financial literacy that'll explain the situation to them.
Hi, welcome back to Cool Kenzo. For this video, short, I am going to be making a video about Bed Bath & Beyond, which you already may already know is bankrupt. They've already started liquidation sales. If you have any coupons, you can't use them up. No refunds, nothing. Bed Bath & Beyond used to be really powerful until its recent bankruptcy in April. They've already started bankruptcy. They've already started liquidation procedures and everything. And you could get products as low as 10% or as high as 90% off. This also includes Bye Bye Baby stores too. Sorry for this beeping sound. I don't know where it was coming from. So yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond used to be super duper powerful. Some stores might still be expensive, but get discounts while you can. See you.
Hey, cute. I already liked the video. B, it's funny to me that even, and again, I know that the people who are part of this are suffering from, like, delusional thinking. They really don't know what's going on, and there are reasons for that. However, I do think it's funny that a literal child has a better, albeit simplified, understanding of the situation than literal adults gambling with real money.
Today, I want to talk about how Bed Bath & Beyond was illegally manipulated into bankruptcy.
It wasn't.
I want to explain why BBBY was shorted in this way, who actually stood to benefit, and who actually did the shorting. So stay tuned, and let's make some money. And now I'll dive straight in with the key information. So, first let's talk about what...
Is he gonna make slanderous allegations against large hedge funds? Look, I don't like hedge funds either, but like... making up stuff about them is probably not a good thing to do legally.
Kind of impact that illegal shorting had on the Bed Bath & Beyond stock. You can see over the last 5 years, Bed Bath & Beyond is down from $20 per share to...
What are their sales over that same period? I bet that their sales probably fit a pretty similar slope. It's almost like they're related in some way.
Just 18 cents per share, a fall of over 99%.
Free market capitalist maybe solves it. Interesting. Thank you.
And over the last 5 years. Now obviously during 2021, Bed Bath & Beyond hit highs of around $35 per share. So that's a significant decline from $35 down to only 18 cents. But where it really starts to become clear is when you look at what kind of impact that had on the Bed Bath & Beyond market capitalization. You can see Bed Bath & Beyond with its current 18 or 19 cent share price has a market cap of just $84.4 million. If you rewind back to the peak of 2021, Bed Bath & Beyond had a price of around $36 per share. So that's a market capitalization of nearly $17 billion.
Yeah, it's almost like market cap is a function of of the price of the share against number of shares. Yeah, that's gonna go down a lot when the stock price does, won't it?
That means that whoever buys the assets of Bed Bath & Beyond...
Market cap, if you don't know, is basically how much would it cost to buy every share of this company right now? How much is the total cost of this company's shares in totality? That's market cap.
Has just received a 16.7.
This is also one of the reasons you can't really directly compare just stock prices between something like Apple versus something like, I don't know, what's an example? It's a small company that's public. I don't even know. Someone name a small company. Chat, you're failing me. What are you doing? Barnes & Noble, sure, why not? It'd be like comparing the stock prices of Apple and Bed Bath & Beyond, or not Apple and Bed Bath & Beyond, Apple and Barnes & Noble, right? If Barnes & Noble is public, I don't know if it is. You can't just look at the price directly because the amount of outstanding shares might be different between the company. The way they fractionalize shares of the company might be in different amounts. So you can't just look at like share price and say they're at $5 a share and they're at $7 a share because they might not have the same number of shares out there. You have to look at the market cap.
$2 billion discount. Now that'll all come clear over the next few minutes. Now I'm pretty chuffed if I go to the shop and I see something on a 10 or 25% discount. If it's buy one get one free or 50% off, I'm pretty much guaranteed to purchase. But if I was offered a 99.99% discount, that just seems almost too good to pass up.
Right, but that's like a good or service that is valuable. Bed Bath & Beyond is a business that doesn't make money. So the fundamental essence of the business is worthless. The only things at this point that are of any value are things that can be taken by, again, capitalists that are going to act like vultures and eat off the corpse of it. Taking merchandise at a discount. Buying, I don't know, computers and furniture from the stores. Buying the intellectual property. Buying up the leases. Like, that's all it's worth now. The fundamental business has collapsed. I genuinely don't think these people understand the fundamentals of how businesses work, how publicly traded companies work, and why they're valued where they're valued. Like, it feels like they have such a surface-level aesthetic understanding, all based on hype, that they don't get that a business at the end of the day, fundamentally, we're under capitalism, it needs to make money. They need to bring in more money than they send out. That's how it works, or at least it needs to be equal.
And that's likely what some lucky purchaser is about to receive on Bed Bath & Beyond. A 99.99% discount from $16.8 billion to just $84 million, or even less. Now you can see Chaotic Good just tweeted saying that Overstock.com has just offered $21.5 million for Bed Bath & Beyond.
I think it was just their IP. That might have been from a rumor that didn't know the IP part, but if it's the entirety, that's even funnier. This was the winning bid, like I said, of whatever they bought.
Now I personally think this is why short sellers like to work with big businesses to illegally short genuine American companies for
genuine American companies? What does that even mean?
a massive
I don't think anyone took down Bed Bath & Beyond and went, they're just too damn American. They hate us for our freedom and our overpriced towels.
So for discount for that buying a large business. Let's say there's a company that wanted to buy out Bed Bath & Beyond. Instead of paying $16.8 billion, they can just engage their friend, the synthetic illegal short seller, get them to crush,
again, baseless allegations,
that buying opportunity company, and you can buy that company for rock bottom prices. Now I'm not saying that Overstock is working with short sellers to crush Bed Bath & Beyond. I want to explain who I think the true purchaser will be in a little while. But this article says that Overstock.com has just put in a $21.5 million bid for some of Bed Bath & Beyond's assets, including its intellectual property or IP, business internet and mobile properties, and all business data. This comes after the bankrupt retailer sought Chapter 11 protection in April.
So they believe that businesses don't go out of business due to the market, but they go out of business because they want it to go out of business. At least the companies that they are obsessed with. Yes, that's how they think it works. DM Trey says, fuck cancer. All my homies hate cancer. Cancer is a blast on sight. Gnome Pickles says, checking out the Bed Bath & Beyond site, and honestly, the stuff they're trying to sell, it's like going back in time to the early 90s. Let's take a look. Bed Bath & Beyond website. Let's take a look. Thank you to all our loyal customers. We have made the difficult decision to begin winding down our operations. Bed Bath & Beyond and Bye Bye Baby stores remain open to serve you. No, don't do that. That's probably gonna open a map. Jesus fucking Christ. How much are they selling? Let's take a look at small appliances. What are they doing? How about an air fryer? Those are relatively new, I guess. What about toaster ovens? They're selling this toaster for $72 fucking dollars. It's a toaster. It's a fucking toaster. It toasts bread. What do we... Oh, I had this toaster. I had this exact toaster. It was meh. How do you guys like your toast? I'm a pretty light toast person. Just a little light toast. Where did it go? There we go.
Following months of failed turnaround efforts and bankruptcy warnings. If the bid or a bid goes through, all Bed Bath & Beyond stores will be closed for good, and the bid only includes certain assets and liabilities, excluding brick and mortar stores. So I think the true purchaser of Bed Bath & Beyond is some kind of very large internet retailer that maybe has a record or is known for working with short sellers. But this very large online internet retailer, instead of paying $16.8 billion for Bed Bath & Beyond, just simply hit up their old friend, the illegal naked short seller, asked them to crush Bed Bath & Beyond into the ground so they could buy it up.
Where do you think this secret organization of naked short sellers is? Like, do you think they live in a dungeon somewhere? Like, who is this secret underground short-selling organization?
For a measly $20 million.
I should say naked short-sell organization.
As I said, I don't think that it is Overstock, but let's continue.
It is Overstock. The bid has been approved.
Continue reading this article. It says Overstock.com has been selected as the stalking horse bidder for the intellectual property behind Bed Bath & Beyond's namesake banner, giving them the ability to get the first bid on Bed Bath & Beyond's remaining assets. As it says, Overstock is just simply the stalking horse bidder getting the first bid. It doesn't mean Overstock will be getting the final bid.
They did.
I think actually that's going to be someone else. So which large online retail company do we know that has known links to short sellers? Well, check out this photo of Jeff Bezos.
Look at this! There's Jeff Bezos! He must have done it! Look, Jeff Bezos is an asshole. I understand, and the guy on the left is, I think, the president of Citadel, whatever they're called, the hedge fund. Rich assholes hang out together. I don't think they're conspiring to take down Bed Bath & Beyond.
Bezos.
This is relevant. I'll be the judge of that. Oh my god, that's the scuffest audio in the world.
Here's the problem. Too many toasters. You know what they say, all toasters toast toast.
Has anyone else played virtual reality? It's a VR game. Reminds me of the toast section.
And Ken Griffin. Obviously, Jeff Bezos, owner of Amazon, has a very close relationship with Ken Griffin of Citadel Securities, known potentially for synthetic short selling. And it says here the Bed Bath & Beyond bankruptcy.
Again, you guys are claiming that they're doing synthetic short selling on large scale. If you have evidence of that, report it to the SEC.
Creates a $5 billion opportunity for Target or Amazon. Maybe Jeff Bezos hit up his old pal Ken Griffin, asked him to synthetically short Bed Bath & Beyond into the ground to generate a $5 billion opportunity for Amazon and to give him
virtual reality. Yeah, virtual reality is a narrative VR game that takes place in a dystopian future where basically the rich live forever in a digital virtual reality, and you as a wage slave can be paid very small amounts of money in a sort of gig economy to serve them in virtual reality. And they're all sorts of weird. They've been digital so long that they've kind of like gone crazy. Like there's one guy who's just lives as a stick of butter. He just lives as a stick of butter, and he hires you to come and butter bread on him. And it's a vaguely sexual. It's a funny game that satires capitalism and tech bro stuff. It's pretty good.
Him the opportunity to buy a relatively successful business for pennies on a dollar. It said the liquidation plan of Bed Bath & Beyond leaves a long-term prize of about $5 billion in...
Hold on, people are asking about it.
Please, Nordish, select.
I want this client
Over here. Open the door.
You're new here. Pick me up. Put me on the kitchen table. Let me slip into something a little more comfortable. How about some music to set the mood? Indulge me. Pay attention! I want to be slathered on perfect crispness. Floppy and burnt bread is unacceptable. Cover my butter body on optimal toast specimens only. Click on the toaster to eject toast. Do not let it burn. Now, pick it up and stick it to me. This bread is underdone. Do it again. Underdone. That's looking about done. Mmm. Perfectly crunchy. But why have one toaster when you can have 32? How rich, how indulgent. I like to be surprised. Knowing what I'll slather on next. Very crunchy. To such a bore. Burnt toast. Crisp. Toast will lower your review. But what is indulgence without excess? I crave richness, oils, fats. Wearing this butter suit appeals to me. One might say, I've got quite the taste. You know, milk is liquid butterfat globules suspended in water. Globule. Perfect. Doesn't that just tease the tongue? You got this. It's quite perfectly crunchy. Indulgent. Indulge me for a bit. I want to see very crunchy. Your limits. Crisp. Ah, the human touch. So perfect. Predictable. What? You got this? What's next? Oh, the anticipation. Perfectly crunchy. Humans very crunchy. Do it best. Patterns, desires, decisions chosen at whim. Crisp. An octopus to do it better. I have clearly overestimated your capacity for multitasking. I made things nice and easy for you since you were starting out and all, but really. Activitude's human utility quotient has clearly declined in the last few years. What sort of wimpy vacuuming is that? You can't even dispose of your shame correctly. Actually, that doesn't feel half bad on my butter nodes. A little harder, right in the globules. Looks like I've got one lodge deep. Let me power you up so you can really get at it.
And then you access, like, the point of the game is you keep accidentally accessing sort of the back rooms of the program, and you uncover what's going on and how to stop it. You've played video games. It's a fun game. If you have VR, it's worth the try. It's fun. Okay, back to the guy.
Annual revenue for competitors. We believe that we're entering a new phase of retail industry consolidation and that Target, Walmart and Amazon will be long-term share beneficiaries. The liquidation will accelerate market share gains that rivals have been grabbing for years at Bed Bath & Beyond's expense. We know Bed Bath & Beyond still generates more than $5 billion in revenue, so that's just an extra $5 billion in revenue for Amazon to generate. And as I said at the start of the video, I believe this is one.
Do you understand the difference between revenue and profit? Revenue isn't good if it's lower than your expenses.
One of the main reasons why genuine American companies are shorted into the ground is to give other larger businesses an opportunity to buy these.
Like, the problem with Bed Bath & Beyond is, yeah, sure, they might have revenue, but they don't have profit. Bed Bath & Beyond is $3.5 billion in debt. $3.5 billion
for pennies on dollar. And the reason why I know that this won't happen to AMC and that Bed Bath & Beyond is just simply the sacrifice is because AMC is now running comparable to the entire previous decade with 100+ less movies. Angela tweeted saying, I'd imagine had there been the same amount, we would have crossed $3 billion in revenue at the box office already.
If situations were completely different than they are in reality, then we'd be doing so good. Alright, that's an interesting take.
The current quarter 2023 sales are already at $2.1 billion for the quarter, in line with 2017, 2016 and before. Even though the box office has already generated this massive revenue inflow, the number of theatrical releases is only 175 films, down from 288, or 269, 296.
That's going to continue, especially with the writers' strike.
AMC is currently running comparable to 2017.
I know SAG-AFTRA was also, they did a vote on a potential strike recently. I don't know what the status of that is.
16 and before, with significantly less releases, generating on average significantly more revenue. And as AMC continues to not go bankrupt, and as shorts continue getting squeezed in the wider market on their Tesla, Nvidia and other short positions, AMC just effectively gets closer and closer to squeezing. And now, speaking of which, I think I figured out why FINRA and the SEC...
He's making the same mistake that Bed Bath & Beyond people make. He thinks a squeeze is inevitable because he fundamentally doesn't understand the reality of the market. He has a delusional fiction in his head as to what's going on that is not in line with reality.
AMC have spent so long doing absolutely nothing on the illegal AMC regulation.
Maybe because it doesn't fucking exist. God damn it.
Beyond stock did not do well at all today, guys. It went down, I think, around what, 10%? Yeah, 2 cents. It closed at 20 cents per.
If a 2-cent swing is a 10% change, you're already fucked. These people, when looking at BB&B numbers.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Oh.
This?
Here is their stream from last night. Again, today the bid was accepted. So this is This is the night before. Sorry. Thought I was closer to the stream start. Jesus Christ, they do a long opening.
Just to go through.
There we go.
One, I'm jealous, and two, PP, get your ass back here. I miss you, brother. Listen, tonight, there's not too much.
I've tried I Am Bread. Like, I like kind of those, like, silly physics simulator games that are kind of silly. Goat Simulator, Surgeon Simulator. Bread Simulator just didn't do it for me.
Much news to go through. I did want to go over a couple things. I've got a post up that I'll share with you guys in a bit. But before we get into things, I'll give the old PP disclaimer here. I am not a financial advisor. I am certainly not a lawyer. Anything I say cannot be held against me in a court of law.
You know, if you get to decide that.
Okay. Ultimately, guys, this is all about entertainment, where we gather together and share opinions and insight on what we believe about the stock, Bed Bath & Beyond, and any guests that show up tonight. Again, they are not offering any financial advice. They are more just offering speculation and their opinion on things. So again, if you need to seek professional advice, we encourage you to seek alternative measures in doing so. Again, this is the PP show, and we're here, and let's get going. I put a link in chat. We need some guests tonight, because again, there hasn't been too much news. I mean, obviously we know about an auction today, and
it's called the PP show.
We have yet to hear the results. We did have a earlier dropping on a docket where Blue Yonder is kind of reserving rights, because they too have not been informed of a winning bidder, so they are trying to stipulate within their rights that they'll be entitled to compensation once they find out who the bidder is. I agree with you. I'm certainly not good as Zoltar. I should be hiding behind a costume right now. So the auction, I wanted to see if I can share a screen here. Give me a quick sec. Oh, we got Thule who showed up. Thank you, brother. I'll give you a couple minutes to adjust, my man.
You can't go into this live chat with reasonable concerns, by the way, because if you point out the flaws in their thinking, they'll ban you for being a shill, or a bot, or a fudster.
Pull up a cool post here. I came across it today, and I kind of teased Discord with it. It was posted about 6 days ago, and let me just see if I can pull that up. Give me a quick sec, guys. I wanted to go over this.
Did Peter ever sell off his stock in Truth Social? He did not. He claims he only bought one share. So he's only down like $60 probably, if what he's saying is true. I hope it's true.
I don't know if you guys can see that yet.
Let me see if he messaged me recently, actually.
There we go. Let me see if I can somehow enlarge it here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me see if I can bring it up a little bit larger. What's that looking like? There we go. So this was posted by Whoop-Ass about 6 days ago. Full credit to this. And I came across it today, and I started to read up on it and click some of the links. And some of you may have seen this before. We may have covered it in stream, but I really wanted to go over it because it's perfect timing. Basically, guys, under Bankruptcy Rule 363, BBVY, or sorry, the secured debtors, can literally, at any moment in time, cancel an auction and take it private. And not only that, they would not require court approval on such.
Sorry, I was responding to Peter.
So it's not like they'd have to, you know, file a docket with the courts and wait till the judge approves it and then go ahead. But ultimately, they could cancel the auction at any point, and because we haven't...
Do I remember the guy who was screaming at the judge? You found his YouTube channel and found his group channel. They have been harassing their locality for years, to the point people have been protesting them. Do you have a link?
Received any
I'm not going to share specifically what he's saying, but Peter's still Peter. He still believes Trump is saving everyone, you know.
Documents specify...
He has not moved an inch on any of those positions.
That the auction's completed. In a sense, we might be able to see a docket later on that says the auction is being canceled. And in doing so, what that means is that the creditors who are in charge, and again, I'm going to speculate and say it's both RC and ICANN, literally could, in a sense, take it private for a private sale. And in doing so, they would not require court approval for that process. And
this is desperation at this point. They understand that tomorrow, which is today is just the tomorrow of yesterday. This video is from yesterday. So he knew today that they were going to do the bid, they were going to approve the bid, right? Which they did. The 21.5 million bid from Overstock went through, which is a very low number for these guys, and that means to them that they probably know they're not going to have anything, and the company's worthless, basically, to them at least. So instead of accepting this and internalizing this and kind of going through the grief process of making a bad financial decision and maybe being somewhat embarrassed about this stuff, they're still holding on to this legal, not even technicality, just a thing that's legal. Hey, if in the next week before the approval someone decides to take Bed Bath & Beyond private, then they can do that. It's not going to happen because no one wants to buy it, but because it's theoretically legally possible, it must be what's going on. Thanks for the link. I hate Twitch times too. Let me save him. I can save him in my bookmarks.
what they would do is they...
This is the group that was protesting the Sovset group. Thank you. Where's my bullet crown? I'm trying not to press the issue. As fun as it would be to have a bullet crown, like, I know it sounds... I get it. I know. I still have sympathy and empathy for Peter, and I feel bad, and I still want... If I'm the only sane voice in his life, even if he won't listen to me, I'd rather be there every once in a while than not be. So I'm not going to try and push the bullet crown thing, you know?
Would allow the stalking horse bidder, which we know is Overstock, into that private sale, and in a sense they'd have an internal bid on it, so to speak, and obviously Overstock's not in a financial position to buy the company outright and all its assets. In a sense, they could literally take the company private, so to speak. I just wanted to show that because...
You think you found the Chud Nazi in the wild? Why do you think that?
Hey people. Hello world.
Oh, it's definitely... I assume you're just joking then? Because that's not the same voice at all.
We just recently had a shooting down in Florida. Some kid decided to go into a school with a gun.
Oh, yikerinos.
That school, because I'll tell you why. Up until about 6th grade, 7th grade.
He's got a offensive on the wall. There's a picture that has taped to it the picture of that offensive sports icon. I'm not even going to say the name. Chief blank, because it's yikesy. He has a website that links to Masonic Jewish website. Good lord.
I would defend myself.
Creepy doll on the wall. Thanks for gifting 5 tier 1 subs.
And I would beat kids up. I mean, terribly. I beat them up. And my dad, he got sick of being called about, you know, having notes and everything else coming from the school talking about me fighting.
Scumbag.
Because
saved him. for a Chud Watch.
For me, it was a really, really great post in a sense. Just let me see if I can pull this up here. Just a little bit of background. Again, it's not financial advice. He's not advocating for you to or not to do anything in regards to the stock.
I have to pee real quick, so I am gonna put something on while I pee, like a brief, just a brief, not commercial break. I don't know. What's Sausage Guy doing? Okay, this is 4 minutes. That'll work. I will be right back. I'm gonna pee and grab a soda. Enjoy, Sausage Guy. I'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, folks, and welcome back. I guess it's Grimace's birthday, apparently. And what is McDonald's doing for Grimace's birthday? They're releasing normal food. And the purple milkshake. How is this thing anyway? I hope it tastes like purple. It looks very buttholey. It doesn't taste like grape, it tastes like, purple. And I know what you're thinking. Mr. Sausage, are you angry that McDonald's is doing an obvious cash grab? And no, I'm not, because I love Grimace. I'm upset that this isn't a national holiday, and they couldn't have picked a better fake character for it, because I would not do this for Bernie. I couldn't be more thrilled about the prospect of celebrating Grimace's birthday. Also, the Hamburglar is another one that I would celebrate. That's not a good start. Oh, there's the rest of it. Oh. It looks like a purple brain. Do a little dance, make a little sausage, get down tonight. This is not gonna make a lot of sausage. I'm thinking this one's gonna be a 0 out of 5. That's the Grimace water. In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage. It kinda looks like Grimace. And on this episode of Too Much Casing, we use too much casing. Do you think Grimace would be proud of me? With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy! Find all 5 Mark Ruffalo's. 1? How many other Mark Ruffalo's are there? There's 1. Am I going crazy? There's just the 1. This Will It Blow is brought to you by Manscaped. You know how much I love Manscaped, using the latest technology. Would just money at checkout. That's a good one. That's some wow, it just keeps going up. So I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 4 Mark Ruffalos. Here we go. Oh, we got a 2 bursts. Just like Icarus, we flew too close to the sun. But let's open it up and see how we did. It looks gross. Well, all right then, Grimace Sausage. Here we go. It's okay. It's not the best sausage in the world, but it's far from the worst sausage in the world. It basically tastes like potato mush with a hearty hint of vanilla. Besides it being mushy, the downfall of this sausage is the pickle. If it wasn't mushy and it didn't have that pickle aftertaste, it'd be pretty good. But as it stands now, I'm gonna have to give the Grimace birthday cash grab sausage a 2 out of 5.
Bop 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 bop.
Do your own due diligence and so on.
Thank you for bearing with me for a sec while I got a soda and a snack and everything.
I'll just pull it up here. I don't know if you guys can see that. There we go. I'm just going to read off the other sheet here. his last major post outlined the brilliance of the stalking horse bid, and there's a link there, and I encourage you guys to go check out this post by MOASS and do your due diligence on it. What he did stumble upon was another big reason why. Here's the original article, and he's put a link again. This article was posted by Patterson, a law firm with over 200 lawyers, and they literally focus on litigation, disputes, corporate transactions, and the legal needs of tax-exempt organizations with private clients. While not specifically related to bankruptcy, clearly they are familiar with what goes on behind the scene. In this situation, I'm just going to see if I can bring it a little bit.
Sorry, I'm trying to move myself so you can see him.
For you here.
It's taking a second.
Basically, there's an article. There was a case where a company was going bankrupt.
Why is it
They had a
doing
stalking horse bid come in for about $32 million, and there was a rift between the investors and another co-owner of the hotel who was bidding on the auction for the assets. Now, the original auction was to take place in November, but it got delayed and pushed back for months. And then basically in February of 29, the debtor, who was another owner, decided to take...
This is weird. It's letting me move everything but myself. Why? Why is technology, chat? Fuck it. I guess I can't move. I literally can't move. I'll move him, I guess. There, now you can see him. Kind of.
The company private sale. And there's a little bit of information, how he took it privately. And what ended up happening was the other owner decided next stage. I mean, we can bring on Michael too.
Yeah, just
honestly,
Michael in.
tonight, I just want to have a little bit of fun. I want to get on as many guests as possible and just shoot the shit about the stock and why we're still bullish and maybe dice.
They just bring people on to just all spin their own nonsense. It's kind of fucking crazy if I'm being honest.
Check some of the confusion out there and kind of have debates to see if we can kind of come
confused why YouTube isn't legally forced to take down these fake financial advisors giving clear financial advice. Wait a minute. At the beginning, though, they said they're not giving financial advice. Isn't lampshading it an infinite legal shield? It's not. I don't know. YouTube doesn't care until they get sued, so...
do a synopsis on where everything stands right now. I've also got all the dates in front of me too, and I wouldn't mind going through those later on the stream, just to kind of timeline things for people so that they understand the process and what's got to happen, and before, before we can literally have an announcement, so to speak. So I'm going to bring on Michael too. Michael, welcome to the PP Show. We had you on last night. Thanks for coming back, my man.
Thanks for having me.
How you doing, man?
Doing great. How about you guys?
Good. Any news, Michael, that you wanted to bring forth right away, or you just kind of hopping on to save my soul, brother?
Well, both. So I was looking through the dockets, and I
understand that there's a blur effect in the background, but it looks like he's in an insane asylum. Like, it looks like he's in a movie insane asylum.
I saw, so one from yesterday talked about, one little...
They need to stop letting the patients use their commissary money for Robin Hood stocks.
Snippet that it mentioned, it said that Overstock was the stalking horse bid because it didn't have any insiders or debtors or, so I think that there's more to the Overstock thing, because also another one of the dockets that came out today was $7.99. It said that like $2.5 million worth of what's owed is owed to a company called Blue Yonder, and Blue Yonder is some Panasonic or whatever subsidiary that it's just an e-commerce solution. And so it seems to me that...
I was just checking if they were live. I keep waiting because they gotta go... I would imagine they're gonna go live at some point today or tomorrow to talk about the bid being approved, and I'm so curious how they're gonna spin it.
Overstock perfectly fits that same e-commerce solution. Whereas, like, because Bed Bath & Beyond was so behind in, like, the internet...
Nice of the guy in the upper left to bend down so he can be seen near Boxy. I think that guy did kind of an offensive costume at one point. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. I know there was a screenshot of it. I could be wrong, but I feel like I briefly saw him in some sort of... I don't even know what the fuck this is. I feel like this is offensive to someone, but I'm not sure who. Because it definitely, it's like Fu Manchu vibes, you know? Like, this is this Yellowface? I don't know. I don't know.
They just like went with some big company to just be their e-commerce solution, and they were paying them a lot of money and not getting the same results because they
GamerG says, all this not financial advice, but also implying every minute that this coin is going to explode. Sounds like Dennis from Sunny.
What? A mattress? What do we need a mattress for? What do you mean, what do we need a mattress for? Why in the hell do you think we just spent all that money on a boat? The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside so we can...
The implication.
Take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me going there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I gonna do? Say no?
Okay, then.
Rob McElhaney, which is the guy who plays, or no. What the fuck is the name of the guy that plays Dennis? Anyway, Dennis was, the second... Glenn, thank you, Glenn Howerton. Glenn was second in line to play Star-Lord, right behind Chris Pratt. It would have been so much better.
That
seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
It's always sunny in...
I love that show. It's the best depiction of, like, assholes.
They didn't have kind of control.
And psychos. And it's funny how the show has intentionally flanderized all the characters, but that's the point.
Of everything. And so having a company like Overstock be in charge of the e-commerce solution makes a lot more sense, especially since...
Again, okay, so they think that somehow Bed Bath & Beyond's intellectual property being bought by Overstock means that Bed Bath & Beyond is using Overstock to do their online web stuff? No! Bed Bath & Beyond, as it existed, the company you have stock in, is ceasing to exist, and Overstock bought the IP. So they might, like, rebrand their home goods section to Bed Bath & Beyond and use affiliated logos and trademarks. But that has nothing to do with the stock you own. The stock you own doesn't have that anymore because the company that owned the Bed Bath & Beyond IP, the company that you own stock in, sold that to Overstock. It's now detached. The company's very identity and brand has been sold.
Overstock's like inventory and everything they do would be complementary to Bed Bath & Beyond.
It's interesting to me that no one ever seems to miss that you're not supposed to like the characters in Always Sunny, but people do miss it in stuff like Breaking Bad. Any thoughts as to why? Magnitude? I think after as many seasons as there are of Always Sunny, the joke has become incredibly apparent and it's much more over the top. It's also a comedy, and I think people are more willing to understand that within the context of a comedy, whereas in a drama, a lot of people, if someone's a protagonist, they assume they're a good guy or they're a hero. They confuse understanding someone's motive with them being justified in their actions. Like, they were successfully gaslit by the character of Heisenberg. Walter White successfully gaslit Dude Bros into liking him, just like he gaslit everyone else on the show. Which is kind of interesting.
And it's not exactly the same, you know, as far as shipping, but any kind of shipping things would also, the infrastructure for shipping would also help. It would help both Overstock and it would help Bed Bath, and who knows, I mean, you know, I think that a big part of why Ryan Cohen might want these bigger stores is what do people of our generation want? We want a really nice gaming chair. We want a really nice
Bed Bath & Beyond will be saved by the gamers!
gaming desk, right? So having a company like Overstock that's already shipping big stuff like that, it makes sense to have them on board. And it might just be that for...
Do these people understand that you can invest in successful companies? They're so obsessed with how to completely change the business model of Bed Bath & Beyond into a different company. You can just invest in a different company that sells people gaming chairs that already exists, and they might be making a profit.
Because IEP already...
like, if I was looking for a gaming chair, I'd probably look on Amazon, or if I needed it, like, that day for work, I'd go to, like, Staples or Office Center. I don't... What
technically sells things through Bed Bath & Beyond, they are not allowed to be the technical bidder. And so it might be that, and I'm not sure financially how that all comes together, but that basically, like, they're the face of the buying process, that Overstock is just kind of the face of it, but there's a whole bunch of people that are going to be part of it. So that Carl Lacan and everyone else is...
I want to certainly add to that. Before I do here, I just want to say Woods is in a $20 donation to the PP Show. Thank you very much for the support. Wow, nice of you. I really appreciate that, brother. Yeah, to add to that, Mike, I guess the best way to explain it is Uber has a technology in an app, and they leverage your car, right? And so
Uber is a company that literally only exists and is able to continue existing because it takes advantage of skirting around regulations to underpay their contractors. The only thing they innovated was basically breaking the law. Not even breaking it. Skirting around the law so they don't have to actually pay people properly, and so that the expense of maintaining things like cars is shuffled off into the contractors instead of themselves, like a proper taxi company. It's disgusting.
Airbnb has set up a website that literally allows you to post your apartment.
And to be clear, like, I understand, like, I use Uber Eats and stuff. I'm a piece of shit. I get it. And I'm sure in many situations there are people who use that and are desperate for money, and they're like, okay, I gotta do this, and maybe some of them make a little cash. But you really don't. It takes advantage of poor people. It takes advantage of desperate people and throws them away like fucking garbage. It's disgusting.
For your condo or whatever it is.
Wet suckle, thanks for 8 months.
Your house and rent it. And Google basically takes everybody's website in the world and makes billions and trillions of dollars off of leveraging everybody's website, right? So we're now in a new business model, and I call it relational leveraging. And so you got a company that's been around for a long time, Overstock, and ultimately they're having trouble financially, right? I mean, they're certainly not making profit fist over fist or anything like that. And then you've got
hand over fist. The idiom is hand over fist.
You know, a brainchild like RC who was able to take, you know, pet...
RC literally just did a pet food delivery company. He's not a genius.
Food, 100-pound dog, you know, food, and literally ship it in an e-commerce style and generate profit after profit and be acquired, you know, for $3.6 billion. So the world is transitioning to this BOPSIS where you buy on.
What is this conspiracy? These guys are invested in Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond being a failing company with an outdated business model, over the last 5 years, has lost 99% of its value. It went from a $20 per share price down to 20 cents today, and it's been delisted from the stock market. You can only buy it OTC, or over the counter. Instead of recognizing that these people made a bad decision, instead of recognizing that they bought stock in a failing company, and that they just need to take the L, These people believe that there's a giant financial conspiracy to artificially destroy Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, they're crazy.
Online, pick up in store type of model, but it's really moving towards something called relational leveraging, where Overstock could offer incredible value both in the distribution, the shipping of large items like you said, and then also provide a...
Okay, so what benefit is Bed Bath & Beyond even providing in this scenario? You're describing Overstock doing everything, which they are in reality anyway, because Bed Bath & Beyond is only an IP at this point that they bought. None of the employees or executives from Bed Bath & Beyond are moving to Overstock. They bought the name. You don't understand why this conspiracy exists? I can explain briefly to the best of my ability. So back in like 2021, I'm sure many of you remember that GameStop, the used video game pawn shop, had a short squeeze. And what happened was GameStop was shorted. People got wind of this. A bunch of people bought into GameStop. Short sellers had to cover. And this caused the price to go up. On top of that, there was this like frenzy in the retail market that again caused this pump. This pump was artificial. It's not based on any fundamentals of the company. GameStop is just as failing as it has been for the last 5-6 years, but due to a very specific set of market conditions in 2021 with this specific stock, it had this big jump. This big spike you see, the highest spike, is the short squeeze. It is the short squeeze. It happened on January 29th, 2021. Everything after that has been people who saw that initial short squeeze, which I made money on. But I got out at the right time because I knew what was happening and knew it wasn't based on any sort of magic. I understood the market conditions, so bought in before the actual jump, sold it when it hit higher, made a little bit of money. Everyone after that saw that initial pump and were sold a bunch of really bad conspiratorial ideas about why it happened. So they've continually, over the years since then, come up with conspiracies and shared misunderstandings of how the market works in order to convince themselves that they can repeat this event and all become rich. So they bought a bunch of stock in GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC. And this is the result. Over time, we've seen the stock go down, as you would imagine. This is Bed Bath & Beyond over 5 years. And they don't understand why. They are so in this bubble of conspiracies. They're so in this echo chamber. They don't understand that they're speaking nonsense. And at this point, I think the sunk cost fallacy, along with other considerations psychologically, are preventing them from being able to admit the mistake that they have made. It would harm their self-image, their ego so badly to recognize how wrong they've been, how many of these internet people have convinced other people to buy into this stock, and ruined people's lives over it. To be clear, there are people who have done this who put their entire life savings into things like Bed Bath & Beyond. Their lives are ruined over conspiracy theories spread by idiots on the internet. So that's basically what's happening. These people are in denial about what they're actually a part of, what they actually took part in, and as a maladaptive mechanism to protect their own ego, their own identity, their own sense of who they are, they have continued to spin delusional conspiracies to externalize the internal sense of guilt. They're not wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. They're not dumb. They weren't tricked. They aren't gullible. It's them. Someone else has done this to us.
Clearance outlet, because again, in retail, I'll be quite frank with you, the returns are depending on what industry, they can range anywhere from 2 to 20% being returns. And so you gotta rebox those things, you gotta sell them as is, you got to open box sell them and stuff. And so there's a whole micromanagement that's involved in retail, and overstock is really
strange with how much these people believe in diamond hands. It's now they think that there's shady shit going on. Well, it's both. They believed that in order to fight the short sellers, the naked short sellers, they thought that they all had to have diamond hands and hodl. Many of these, you've probably heard these terms affiliated with crypto bros and the NFT community. A lot of the same people wound up in this place doing these financial conspiracies, so a lot of the language, the nomenclature, that transferred over, a lot of it.
Really kind of being the kingpin in that industry, where both clearance and overstock and unwanted items were...
Some company wanted to do a big 8-fest, and due to the extreme paranoia, they thought that a mod was secretly plotting to ruin the stock, and they tanked the festival. Oh my. Diamond hands means you are firm. You are holding onto this stock as hard as diamonds. Diamond hands. Paper hands is an insult they use to mean you're weak. Any sign of the company doing bad, you've been tricked by the evil short sellers and the lying media. So you're a paper hands weakling who couldn't withstand all of the attacks from the cabal of evil naked short sellers. Again, it's kind of thought-stopping behavior. It's similar to stuff you see in cults, if you're familiar with the bite model. FUD is used in a similar way. Any sort of questions that are valid, any questions that might bring into doubt, like, the veracity of the conspiracy theories that they're saying, they go, that's FUD. That's FUD. This is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD. And instead of thinking about the question you were asked or thinking about the statement that was made, you go, okay, I can disregard that immediately. I don't even have to think about it. It's FUD. FUD is bad. It's kind of like a new speak or wrong speak. You're saying, oh my god, I'm not even going to think about the thing you just said. It's wrong speak. Thought crime. Bad.
They kind of move them through an e-commerce channel. So I definitely do see overstock being a part of it.
But if you just hold forever, aren't you just giving money to a company and never getting it back on purpose? Well, when you buy stock, you're not necessarily buying it directly from the company, though upon new stock offerings, that is how it works. You're generally trading them between buyers. Excuse me. When they say diamond hands, to be clear, everyone is in this to make money. The whole paper hands, diamond hands thing, it's sort of a community shibboleth of types. On some level, they all know that if it went really high and they could make a profit, of course they're gonna sell, because that's what they're all here for. But as a community, in terms of, like, the game theory of what they're trying to do, they all need to collectively hold on. Again, it doesn't matter, because their fundamental thesis is wrong about what's happening. But in their mind, everyone needs to hold together in solidarity, because if people start selling, it'll drive the stock price down and the short sellers win. So it's sort of like a prisoner's dilemma, where they feel that, like, we need to enforce within this group the idea that you don't sell no matter what, for the benefit of the group, while simultaneously understanding that this is all towards a goal of raising the price high enough that they can individually sell and become rich. They're contradictory, but that's not uncommon in, like, high control groups like this. That's fine to them. The contradictory nature of these claims isn't the point. The point is holding their group together towards this common goal, even though the goal, again, is based upon false premises.
For this, and I do think the stalking horse bid, again, they get to choose who it is, and I'm going to suppose that the best way to explain it...
Andronicus Khan, thanks for 19 months, says, I have a copy of Jet Jodorowsky's treatment of Dune. I'd like to sell these people. Please don't. They might set it on fire.
If it is RC and Carl who have arranged the dip financing or hold, a major interest in the bonds, in a sense, those guys are kind of the ringleaders in terms of deciding who the winner would be because they're first secured creditors, right? And so, in essence, what could happen here is that they can literally decline Overstock as the bidder, have a private sale or a winning bid come in, yet still create the relationship with Overstock in a few.
Okay, but here's the thing. That's the best offer they got. $21.5 million is the highest bid they got. If there was a private buyer that wanted to buy it, they just would have bid. There was an open bid. People were not forbidden from coming and bidding on this. If they wanted to buy it now, why didn't they just buy it yesterday or in the last week when the bids were coming in? It's delusion. It's this idea because it's technically, legally possible for this thing to happen, that must be what's happening, because otherwise we're doomed. It's an argument that is entirely based on the consequences. Not whether or not it makes sense that that's happening, but because if this thing is true, it's devastating to me, so it can't be true. Again, it's an ego protective thing. It's a psychological protection thing.
Future, synergy, so to speak. So I think that's definitely feasible, and I think there's kind of a hidden message in putting Overstock on the front of it too, right? They've been attacked by short sellers. Send a message at the same time. Put in a.
If you're not understanding what he's saying that he thinks Overstock.com only bid $21 million for Bed Bath & Beyond's IP in order to send a secret message to these guys and short sellers. It's literally QAnon stuff. This is QAnon stuff. Jeff Waldorf, thanks for the raid. Go check out Jeff Waldorf. I'm Hannah. I'm a leftist variety streamer. Today we're looking at Bed Bath & Beyond meme stock cultists. So this is interesting.
A low bid of $21 million. There is a breakage fee that they'll make $400 for canceling them as a bidder, but in a sense, maybe that's the fee that they agreed to pay Overstock to become part of this new platform. So there's so much in terms of what could be and what might happen here. So I'm going to bring on both Citizen and Plur. Let's get a BBBY bunch going here. Just going to scroll through chat and see anybody has any questions or you want to hop on, please do. Let's welcome Citizen, and I'll bring in Plur at the same time.
Hey, NB Vixen. How you doing?
Awesome. Welcome, Citizen. Thanks for joining me, my man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Plur, how are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, ABC? Another long work day, man, but it's sunny skies here in California. And to Thule, Michael, Citizen, what's up? Hey,
bro.
Does he wear that blazer to work, or did he put that blazer on specifically to be on this YouTube podcast about Bed Bath & Beyond stock?
Yo.
I kind of hope it's the latter.
White Wizard ascended my name. Hey, yeah, my fault. And then Michael, I listened to a replay this morning. Dude, man, you really hit the nail on the head with a lot of the shit you were saying yesterday, dude. It's kind of funny.
I Hate Twitch Times 2 says these guys are aware there are companies going after these old brands purely for their customer data, right? I worked in one of the oldest retail stores in America before it shut down, and we got bought out only for our customer data. That's part of what Overstock bought, was the customer data from Bed Bath & Beyond. So they got the brand, trademark, and customer data of Bed Bath & Beyond for $21.5 million.
How you're mentioning, like, hey, in terms of like Polte and Polte Homes, like I totally agree with you. Like, at the end of the day, Polte's made a tweet in the past, from my understanding, said the philanthropist got to make money too. You know what I mean? So if he's going to collaborate and be part of this in some way, shape, or form, he just like everybody else has some sort of interest in this, and I agree with you in that. And then I was going to say I also agree with you in terms of like the DR. I don't mean to open up this can of worms, but I will say I did read, I think, what you were talking about, unless you did research on the side, and it services like DRSing and the PFOF and then Citadel and all that relation. Just there's a
Old enough to know better now. It says my company just eliminated most of the division I work in, and I'm in the middle of closing on a mortgage. Need good vibes. This job can make it one more month. I wish you luck. I really do. That is a shitty situation.
Is they may be using
brand for sure, but I think Teddy and what RC's done with Chewy, I just think he's going to actually rebrand this, have a huge footprint, and because he'll leverage the media and the FUD, how Bye Bye Baby was sold.
There's the FUD.
And is now Teddy. I think there'll be enough marketing material out there in order to bring people into this. Anyways.
Why does he think that the marketing of the company being sold is going to bring people into this market? And oh my god, that guy's kid is with him, and it makes me sad that that kid is going to suffer because of the stupid actions of his conspiratorial dad.
Hey, little guy.
Additionally, with baby, he wants to take it international. So that's another market that they don't have. You just said it yourself, like you're Canadian. Yeah. So once it is baby, then we're going to the fucking moon. So.
I agree with Carter in the chat, by the way. I don't know if Carter's still there, but he said it earlier. If you just go based off what RC said in his past and in his letter in March, he said full sell to well-capitalized acquired. So I still personally think
they analyze Ryan Cohen's tweets like they're Q drops.
And how moving forward.
Blazer Guy's killing the mood. Does Blazer Guy stick around the whole goddamn stream? Fucking Blazer Guy.
That DD that came up. But I love you guys and have a good night.
Hey.
No, that was right when he was leaving.
Babies.
Get the fuck out of here, Blazer Guy. You're bringing me bad vibes. There we go.
Good copy. How are you, brother?
Hey, man. Yeah. Doing pretty good.
Is it even possible to hold this many bag holders on one call?
I saw a post today.
The gullibility levels are unbelievable.
You had what'd you do, a video?
Yeah, I posted a video. I mean, like, people are like kind of curious what's going on, but like I said, I mean, I don't want to, give you guys a heart attack, but it looks like everyone wants this, so here I am.
So, did you say some words today, like guaranteed, or what were the words you used on the?
Big words. I mean, I didn't say any guarantee, but like, I think I came on last Friday, right? And then I said, like from May. Let me pull this thing up.
Yeah.
It'd be better for me to just. So from the so what I said earlier, last Friday, I think, they're using this January, February algo, and also they're basically mixing with.
I can't believe Okay. So my understanding of what we're looking at here is that he has made a projection, which I believe the blue line is his projection. I assume if anyone knows how to read charts like this, you're like, what? What? He thought it was gonna rebound like a horseshoe. Oh boy, this is delusional.
With Jan Feb algo and also August run up. So you right now, okay, I'll show you guys. So I'm just gonna zoom in here.
I'm so interested to hear your justification for this.
I mean, it's just so. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just so. They're so.
You can zoom out all the way. You're still down. The price is lower than the initial public offering.
Lazy. Like, they're not making new algo. Anyway.
I gotta make a new algorithm. This one didn't make me money.
So, I think last Friday, I mentioned about, you see this this area, the way they short, and then it's gonna move up, and then when
Okay, again, They think the only explanation possible for the line going down, sorry, your perspective, line going down, they think the only reason the line might go down is short selling. Have you considered that the company is bad? Have you considered it keeps losing money? Have you considered they're $3.5 billion in debt? Have you considered not everyone's in a stock cult and it's fine unloading their bags onto you?
Up like 100%, like one day on early February, and then they short it down. We're not gonna go back down like this way. We're gonna have that massive run. So in my video, if you guys see my video, you guys probably you know, see what's going on. But they're just using same what do you call it, like same you know, like algo pattern over and over again. You see from, so you guys remember RC Ryan Cohen start to accumulate.
He's looking for patterns in the chart.
Shares.
This is something I've noticed about the meme stock people, because they don't understand the mechanics of the market, which is already a little opaque in the first place. But because they don't understand the mechanics and kind of only understand the surface level aesthetics, they'll look at charts like this and just visually try and like guess where it's gonna go. Stock prices fluctuate for a variety of reasons on different news, different sales numbers, different market factors. You can't just look at it and go, I don't know, it did this, so maybe it'll do this now. It's like they think it's completely divorced from like the fundamentals of the company, from the material reality that the company is insolvent. No, it must be the short sellers. Why else would line go down? Because the company's bankrupt, that's why.
UI shares from January to March, and then they and then if there's a run, and after that they short it down, and then we had this
again. Line is going down. Must have shorted. It's ridiculous.
A double top, and they you know, short it down, and then after that, so I think I think
Piper Draws says Clued voice, lean, become an upward shape, lean.
This is, yeah, look at this, same pattern over here too, right?
Oh my god, he thinks it's a cycle.
From 2021 June to November, same pattern, double top, short it back down, and run, let it run. So it looks to me that, so we have a same cycles here, and we have a same cycle here as well, right? Double top, February, and we're about to run, right? The massive one. So that's why I said, like, okay, massive run is gonna come in June. All the court dates lining up, it's perfect. So
Cruelty 1, thanks for 18 months. This sub baby's name is going to be Bag Holder. Bag Holder.
Looks like they're using this over and over again, and then I think Ryan Cohen, I'm pretty sure he has his own, like, you know, like this chart TA guy.
Raja, thanks for 20 months. And kicking off a hype train, Tweakle says, but the peaks keep getting lower, so even if it peaks, it's not up overall. That's because of the hedge fund naked shorts are employing more aggressive algorithms. Yeah, they justify it away. It's bullshit. 68% to level 1 on the hype train.
Like a professional, you know, TA guy, and then yeah, they understand the cycles, and then everything is just all the I think because he understands.
It is funny that as he moves it to the right, you have to see he's physically having to move it downward to even make it match. So he has to understand fundamentally that it keeps getting lower.
You know, in June there's gonna be a big massive run. So okay, just to sum it up, I think I'm mumbling, but to sum it up, based on this algo you keep using,
in the algorithm that you have no evidence exists, but you assume it because the price keeps getting lower, and you refuse to admit it might just be because the company's dead. Moira Soma, thanks for gifting a sub.
This
getting us over level 1 of the hype train.
Zone where,
and Bumble Homestead, thanks for gifting a sub.
Where there's a shorting, if there's even big buy order, they're gonna keep shorting it, right? Like it's not going in. So everything, they're gonna turn everything into FTDs, and they're gonna just, you know, when they start to short covering in this short covering zone, they're.
I don't even understand, like, okay, so why wouldn't the short sellers have already covered their positions by now? They would make money no matter what. They would be making money right now because the price is like the lowest it's ever been. So no matter where they shorted the stock, whether it was a year ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 10 years ago, whenever they opened their short position, the price is definitely lower now. So if they closed their short positions, if they even still exist, they would make their money. They would make their money now. Lariah, thanks for 6 months, 55% to level 2. It makes me sad how human beings become our own worst enemies when we decide to trick ourselves instead of facing reality that is hard. Always be open to change, chat. Always be open to criticism. Always be open to the fact that you could be wrong about virtually anything. Or else you might end up like this. It's not good. Moira Soma, thanks for 26 months. 9% to level 3 on the hype train.
Just gonna let it run, right? So it looked to me that, you know, when RC bought here, they let it run a little bit, and then they turn everything FTDs. Like, you know, they just fucking shorting synthetics, like everything. Like, they just do whatever, and they just short it down with algo, whatever, you know, synthetic.
With algo or whatever magical thing I need to put here mentally to justify it instead of admitting the actual reasons it's going down. It's like it doesn't even matter to him in particular.
You know, the swaps, whatever, and then within 2 weeks they let it run. It looks like that's their pattern, and then RC understand this, maybe Call Icon maybe understand it, whoever.
Again, Ryan Cohen sold his stock in this company. The paperwork was filed that he legally had to file to disclose it. He sold. You are holding his bags. He made money off of you.
The active investor understand these cycles, and that's why we see, like, you know, the bear trap. You know, they're just doing dilutions and they cancel it at the end. They did.
It's interesting to me that, like, people like this, they do talk about billionaires and millionaires and, like, they're like, oh, they suck, you know? But at the same time, they'll pick a pet millionaire, in this case Ryan Cohen, and decide that he's one of the good ones, and he's gonna save us from the other bad rich people. Other people do the same thing with Elon Musk. Not great. Not great.
They're gonna do, like, reverse stock split, like, and they cancel at the end. They're just fucking around. Like, they understand shorts are fucking around, so they're fucking around with the shorts. So more shorts get in, right? And then, anyway, so here we are, right? So that's a big chart. But when you look at the 4 hour, so basically what I'm saying is, yeah, so they're using this algo pattern from Jan to Feb. Yeah, it looks to me that we are in the same spot, right? There's a short signal here, but instead of moving back down, it's moving up, which means that it has the same you know, signal here at the end of the short. There's a short signal here moving up, and boom, February run, right? So after this February run, we're not gonna go back down like that. We're gonna go to March run. Sorry, the August run, right? So they're, I think, using this one for now. So that's where we at. So yeah, I mentioned in my video, yeah, it looks like they're moving like this way, and we might come down a little bit, which we did, and I was pretty happy. Like, okay, like they're actually, you know, they're just following this algo, you know. So tomorrow, I expect this thing to move up, something like 30% or something.
It's down today. Slightly. It went from 20 cents to 18 cents.
and then they're gonna short it back down. Like
my wife, hi Baha.
Like they're just, they're just walking around this week. So, but I think next Monday or Tuesday we're gonna see the run. So, so this week, I know, like, it's gonna be a little boring, but
any women stock conspiracists are all dude bros. I'm not gonna say they don't exist, but I will say I've not seen it. It probably exists statistically, like it's gotta, but I've only seen dude bros.
But I mean, this past week was a little boring, but yeah, we're gonna start to run early next week. So either Monday or Tuesday. So, and then for about 2 weeks we're gonna run. And then I saw the documents today drop. They mentioned about, like, they're gonna have the dockets, or have the business running till November, which is very interesting to me, because I mentioned about this before, but people say, oh, you're fucking crazy. Apparently it's not actually, right? So because when you look at AMC, right, like, I know people don't like to talk about AMC, but I was in the AMC play too, and then I gamed pretty good ones here. But AMC also ran it twice. So there's one in January, and there's one in June, right? And they fill all this gap.
Thanks for the level 3 hype, everyone.
Between this date from the here, they have about 128 days, 120 something days.
Okay, I've had it with chart guy. What do we talk about after chart?
And see what's going on, and for the next 2 weeks, and just if you guys want to cash out. Like, I don't know, like, just you guys up to you. But I'm gonna just keep that in mind. Like, I think there's something's gonna hit November. There's gonna be a second squeeze, like the bigger one. So I'm just gonna keep watching it. So yeah, that's all I'm here for today. So yeah,
to add to copies thing.
Yeah.
So I think that the 140 days and all that. I mean, I know, like, in medicine, right? You have a patient plan, you send them away with that, and then you come see them at a certain amount of time. And so I think that the algos that they use, they're looking for keywords, insider trade, they're looking at the VIX, they're looking at the DXY, they're looking at all this stuff because they know how powerful momentum is. And so I think that they have, like, a formula, and they're like, so they press a button.
Juggle command, and Atheist Brony says, why do I get the feeling that half these guys are still holding on to their Enron stock expecting a big return? Half these guys were minors. Some of these people might not even have been born yet when Enron happened. Look at the guy in the top right. He looks like he's 22. If that.
And then it's like they have, like, a general plan, and they're like, okay, my general plan is I want this company gone, and then they reevaluate every so often. That might.
That's a very powerful button, man.
It is, but I've seen it, and, like, I mean,
I've seen the button.
I'd love you to look at the blue apron. Like, not like I'm trying to show everything, because I just got rid of my calls because nothing's going to happen for this week. But I lost a lot of money on that play. But it's such a good play as far as.
Dr. What? Thanks for 9 months. This sub baby's name is going to be. Let's do a Time Lord name. The Archaeologist.
Is, like, seeing how powerful the algos are, that they see those keywords as, like, dilution or whatever, and immediately they have the ability to bring down the price so much that it, like, kills the momentum, it kills the vibes, and they can cause the perception around the item however they want it. And so I think that the algos automatically are.
There's a conspiracy to kill the Bed Bath & Beyond vibes, guys. They've harshed the vibe. You know how the general public is normally fucking loves Bed Bath & Beyond and thinks it's the best company ever and not outdated at all, and everyone goes to Bed Bath & Beyond and loves it? The conspiracy harshed those vibes, man.
Are just doing the opposite of, or doing whatever they have to either make something go up or go down, and that they probably just reevaluate after 140 days. But I think the algos are so complex that they can't necessarily disrupt that cycle. They can't go in there and say, like, okay, never mind, like, scratch this plan. Like, The plan involves a lot of FTDs that are just completely made up, and a lot of shorting and all these other things. And I looked at the Blue Apron, and I actually looked at all the FTDs, and the price action completely just matched just the FTDs, nothing else.
That, according to the documentary that us Redditors are blamed for because we read into them. And then what you do is you kind of, just before things are about to kind of possibly explode, you back off at arm's length and shut your mouth. And that's where I...
Okay, let's see some of their other videos. I really wish they'd live stream right now. That would be nice. I'm curious how they're taking it. Again, the news today was really bad for them. One of their popular videos. Excuse me, their most popular was a month ago. I wonder why it's the most popular. This is normally the main host of this show. Oh, definitely not a cult, by the way. We just worship Ryan Cohen. That's the billionaire. Or millionaire. I don't even know what his net worth is now. Bittergrin says, oh yeah, I loved hanging out at Bed Bath & Beyond every day. I definitely haven't not been there. Been in one in over 20 years.
See ya. Hey, what's going on? Good to fucking see you guys, man. Had to throw on the slow down shirt. Slow down, let's see what's going on. You know, Pee-Pee's still here, man, you know, so just got a $10 donation by Doha. Shiba Dog shaking his hips says, thank you. Appreciate the tip, man. What the fuck?
What news is bad for them? They accepted the $21 million bid from Overstock.com to buy Bed Bath & Beyond IP and customer info, which basically signals that Bed Bath & Beyond is... We already basically knew this, normal people knew this, that Bed Bath & Beyond is dead. But these people have held on to the delusion that it's going to come back and be a huge store and be bigger than ever, and they're all going to get rich off the stock. But that's obviously not the case. Especially with the news today of them selling off the name Bed Bath & Beyond.
What's going on?
Again, this is a month ago. This video.
Yeah, man, you know, like I saw the news today, woke up, saw Chapter 11, Bankruptcy Protection.
Oh,
interesting, man.
This was the show when they announced Bankruptcy. Interesting.
And real fucking interesting with the whole stock in general, this and that, you know. Still totally fucking confused, man, you know.
It's not that confusing if you know what's actually going on.
But again, you know, let's see what happens. BP's here for the end game.
Do I think Coles will die? I hope so. I hope it does. I hate Coles.
Hair's kind of fucked up. Bear with it. So anyways, welcome to the show today. We're doing a Sunday show. We don't have a time yet when it will end. Let's see how interesting it gets, man. Okay?
Flower crown? Good. This hat's making me warm as fuck.
So, let's go ahead and start the show. So, I am not a financial advisor, nor am I a financial expert, okay? Please seek the avenues to do so if you plan to trade stocks.
Oh, that's
you will not find it here. No one is a professional. We like getting together, talking about the stock, and that's what we like to do every single week. We like to bring in guests, give their opinions, look at TA, hear predictions, things like that. So keep that in mind. This show is primarily speculation, opinion, and a whole bunch of it is entertainment, man. So be prepared. You'll probably see a shitload of fucking shills in the fucking chat, man. We'll do our best to clear them out. You know, obviously you can have a bearish standpoint. Company, you know, has bankruptcy protection filed. So
I don't know. The company filed bankruptcy. Do you think that might be a little bearish?
Of course, if you're
Don't make my hair warm. No, this shoots cold air, not hot air. This isn't this isn't like a hair dryer. This is normally it's for like blowing off a keyboard or cleaning a computer, but it shoots air at pressure, and it feels really good when it's hot. So I use it as a fan sometimes.
Upset, you have every right to be so. You know, people blatantly, you know, hating, being fucking shill. They're gonna be getting the boot, man. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this show fucking started, man. I think we're gonna be hearing from Realize today, possibly Roach as well. He is welcome to attend. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get ABC in here. And he does have a new intro, man. So let's see if he likes his intro. Welcome, ABC, man.
These people are mentally 12 years old. And they're making financial decisions and giving people financial advice. No matter how much they say it's not financial advice, we all understand what they're doing. This is so... I am so fundamentally disillusioned with everything in society. Things are not going good, guys. Things aren't going good.
The one and fucking only.
That's a clip from Skull Island of King Kong's ass. Oh, he's vaping too. Look at that sick fat vape cloud. What a very serious financial advisor.
What's going on, my man?
Wow.
How do you like that intro? Is that a fucking intro?
Yeah, I saw the Ramana Dedulo money thing.
For what?
Yeah, I like the big ape scratching his
Yeah, it's the ape thing. It's 'cause ape.
ass.
It's because you always, the last couple weeks, you've always been waking up out of a slumber, out of a nap, so I thought that'd be perfect.
Yeah, ABC, you there?
Yeah. Man, so, let's hear it, man. Obviously you have a larger position than a lot of people in this play. How are you feeling coming from a very large position, and what's going on with
How much money does ABC have in this? I want to know so bad.
the company today?
It's tough. It's tough to wake up on a Sunday, man. You know, I was hoping for a Volkswagen squeeze as opposed to a Chapter 11, so it's a wake-up call, but I think we've all known all along that this could go one of two ways. It's always been a coin flip. And, you know, yeah, I'm in heavy. Scary as hell, but...
4,500? It's not as bad as I thought.
The writing's not on the wall simply because one is...
Like, don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money to lose. I would not like to lose that much money. I'd be fucked, but, you know.
Ooh. The way that document is worded, there's definitely some back doors that are available.
There are some back doors in this bankruptcy filing.
And we know that there's already talks about a possible, you know, acquisition of assets and everything. Weird stuff with the gift card in terms of a new platform starting on May 9th. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, so for me, this is...
Again, it's not weird. None of this is weird. You not understanding it doesn't make it weird. Old Enough to Know Better Now says, kudos to my CFO for letting me know that in spite of the layoffs that just happened, he wants me to stay on the team, and he's gonna do everything he can to keep me. Not a complete relief, but much less anxiety. Well, that's good.
Just one more step closer. It actually opens up the door for somebody to come in and take this asset off its hands.
Right.
Okay, but fundamentally, why would they? Which they didn't. We know what happened. This is from a month ago. I'm just trying to get into their thought process. A month ago when the bankruptcy filing was initiated. The company is $3.5 billion in debt. their revenue has been declining year over year, and they haven't been profitable for quite a while. Why would someone buy a business that fundamentally doesn't have a prospect of becoming profitable? It annoys me that people that, like, I'm not even a fan of our economic system and the way it works, and I seem to understand it better than these people. It's a company. Anyone who would buy it wants to make money off of it. And to make money off of it, the business needs to either be profitable or have a reasonable path to profitability. Bed Bath & Beyond has neither of those. They've been circling the drain for a decade, and COVID put the final bullet in it. I just don't get it. It's already being sold for parts. That's what's happening. We talked about it earlier, but Overstock.com put in the highest bid for the name, IPs, and customer data of Bed Bath & Beyond for $21.5 million, which is going to directly go to creditors.
Right.
You know, it's tough, man. I'm not going to be, 100% bullish here, but at the same time, I still got hope, man.
Me too, man. I just a lot of things can happen. Thank God it wasn't a chapter 7. Chapter.
The store is closing anyway. I'm curious, actually. I'm curious as to why they filed a Chapter 11 and not a Chapter 7. Because it's become clear that they plan on winding down all of the store's operations. They are closing. The business is over. There's no more Bed Bath & Beyond, at least not as it is currently existed as a brick-and-mortar store. They sold the name, the IP. So why did they file 11 and not 7? I don't know. I don't know what the benefit is in that scenario. Did it give them more time? Was it just an image thing to make people believe maybe there was a hope? I don't know.
Chapter 7, typically fucking everything gets fucking liquidated. There is no hope.
Abandon all hope, ye who hodl here.
So many things have been ongoing with this company in general that sometimes it's hard to see, man. What the end goal is. Was this whole merger type of deal something that was going on? Was it not? Was the FTC preventing this from going down? What's up with all this weird shit, right? Even Protocol Gemini, right? Celebrating Bed Bath & Beyond and all of this. Really weird fucking tinfoil going on.
He said it. What's the difference between Chapter 7 and Chapter 9? Do you mean 7 and 11? 7 is restructuring, 11 is liquidation. Or strike that, reverse it. It's one or the other. They filed the reorganizational one, but it does appear they're liquidating, so.
They restructured the debt, and there's a multitude of avenues that can come out of this. What they may be, I don't know. I'm not a bankruptcy expert. What
would you consider yourself an expert in, Mr. PP Seeds? PP Seeds is the name, honestly.
Again, not a financial advisor, so I couldn't tell you. But I do think
not a financial advisor. I just run a regular live show where I tell people my political opinions. Or not political, sorry, financial. Not a financial advisor, but here's all my financial opinions.
Something else is odd. I do think everything leading up into this point is really, really weird. Especially if you take the interview with Sue Gov on the eToro that they've been promoting so much.
Sue is the CEO of Bed Bath & Beyond. She was intentionally brought in for the bankruptcy and winding down process. She was hired to be the bad guy, basically. She was hired to get things done, to wind the company down, to handle everything. And would you believe, I know you're going to be shocked by this, would you believe that a lot of these Bed Bath & Beyond guys have been mild shock, sexist towards her once the bankruptcy started? Oh my god. Can you believe, and all sorts of just misogynistic bullshit about her. It's so gross. There's a lot of divorced dad energy about it, you know what I mean?
Why would you promote that?
I don't necessarily think these guys have, but I have no idea, but on their forum I saw some.
Interview with this stock just to file bankruptcy, right? A week later. So,
Well,
I mean, a lot of things are just odd.
And file it word for word on the SEC. So there's one of two things. We do have a corrupt board here. RC was never really able to put in his, his next board member type of thing. They've refused to sell it to him, and this is their option of trying to squeeze him out of the play and file for bankruptcy. Or, this is a perfect opportunity for somebody to come in and seize the asset that they desire. So to me, it still can go one of two ways. Ultimately, my man, it's really tough because you can look at it from so many different angles, right? And some of the people in the chat here are looking at it as pure negative. I'm certainly not going to look at it as 100% positive. I look at it still in the same light. It's 50-50 from here on in. We're going to find out a lot more in the next week. And if she goes down, I mean, I can't get any much lower than I am right now. So I'm holding.
Yeah, man.
Trying to look when this was. 4/23. April. Dang it, it's jumping from April 21st to the 29th. Or April 21st to the 24th. It has gone down since then. Just for the record.
Especially if you look at Rev, right? For
the full Call of Duty that got caught running a hedge fund scam? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, is this the full call? Shit. Oh, it's unlisted. I watched the... Am I still in the middle of it, actually, or did I finish that up earlier? Let me look. I was kind of doing multiple things, but I watched the video earlier. I finished that, right? No, CoffeeZilla's a great investigative journalist. I don't agree with everything he says, but, like, he puts out great stuff. Sorry, I'm just checking. I haven't finished it yet. I'm in the middle.
For instance, like giving an example with Rev, like if you look at their chart, Rev filed for Chapter 11 and then ended up squeezing. Will we see some kind of bankruptcy squeeze? Will people be able to come out whole? Who fucking knows, man?
No.
And but if you're looking at, if you're basing it off of other companies that have done the same thing, some of them that are good brands come out okay. And again, you have the potential possibility to exit your positions on a run that way. So it's hard to say, man. I've always been zero or hero, man. And the best thing we can do is to collectively pull people in and kind of get their ideas.
Okay, here's an idea. Sell while you can. Selling it at 20 cents is better than holding it at 0.
Ideas on what they believe, their own speculation, their own opinions, so be prepared to see a lot of fucking shills, man. They love it.
We got a lot in the chat tonight, and again, teach your own, right? We each have money. Some don't have money in this, yet they're in the chat.
Hey, wife. Are you prepared for all of the shills?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Sure.
They sound demoralized? They should be. They've made a very bad decision. 1 second.
Chat, telling us how we're going to get wrecked and so on. me, it's my play, and I'll
Me
hold
too,
until I see something.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not dancing on the roof in excitement, but I do still have the firm belief. Like for Sue to do that video after the day after ours.
Ooh, a firm belief. That firm belief in 20 cents will get you another share.
He tweeted, and literally promoted and published on the SE. That was more of a giggles and forward-looking statements about a turnaround and women on the board in 2030, and there was so much, talk about turnarounds and how they're going to try and transition.
Wait, are you telling me that a publicly traded company obfuscated the reality of the situation to make things look less dire than they were? Are you telling me that people who worked for a company acted in their own best interests? Holy shit. I can't believe it. Gnome Pickles says, so I searched my couch cushions and I think I can buy 10 shares now. Woohoo!
This new vision that they have.
Right.
And then literally 6 days later declare bankruptcy. That to me is really, really odd. And it's
It
almost
really
like
is.
material information. So one of two things, BBY is going to have a lot of class action lawsuits against the board of directors, or there's something else in the works, and some shareholder value might come out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, did the board fuck us? Who fucking knows, right? You got to see what happens,
You fucked yourself. This is not the fault of the board.
Some people will exit their positions, which again, it's their own financial decision to do so. Some people will be buying, on Monday. So again, there's a 50-50 where a lot of people are kind of split between the news, split between this and that.
They're filing for bankruptcy, so it's pretty 50-50.
And, ultimately it's their decision, whatever they want to do. Me personally, it's my decision. If I want to ride it to zero or hero, it's my decision,
Oh, you seem like you're doing better, honey. You're putting weight on that foot. Yeah. Is it not hurting as much? Good.
With that being said, man, some people will sell, some people will buy. It's just, we'll have to see what happens.
I'm gonna guess more people are gonna be selling than buying, thus the price drop.
With the company in general and everything. But again, it's not chapter.
Cass has been doing better, by the way, since she got her paw hurt. We've been giving her pain stuff. And she's starting to put more weight on it, so.
7. It is chapter 11. So yeah, man,
Yeah.
The vet, I don't remember if I said either. The vet just thought that she, they checked, it wasn't anything broken or anything, but they think she got a claw caught in something, like a screen on a window, or who knows. She gets her claws caught sometimes. We do clip them, but just sometimes, it happens. And it seems like she got caught, and then something happened where, she was trying to get away and get it unstuck, and she, twisted her arm, or something happened and hurt herself, but she's doing all right. She seems to be getting better.
There's many examples. David Kaskin with Kmart, the Revlon. There's many examples where companies have filed.
Thanks, Gnome Pickles.
For Chapter 11, and they've come back even stronger. Hertz was a little bit of a different situation.
Hertz was different. They
had an inventory value that came about just because of all the cars that they had in possession. So
Dankherm, thanks for 20 months, says, hi, chat. Hi, Hannah. Hello.
Different little piece there. But
the difference with Hertz, I think, was that a big part of their bankruptcy had to do with the downturn in business from, COVID and people traveling less. And they were able to come out of it because, again, people started traveling again. Hi.
Thanks for the muffins.
Oh, of course.
Love you.
Love you too.
But Revlon, this almost looks like another Revlon move. We'll see. I mean, I'm still of the idea that somebody will be showing up and making an acquisition. And if it's a large enough acquisition, they've already said in the filing that they will go to an auction type of format.
Right.
And the highest bidder will set the baseline for that auction. So
again, that auction happened. It got finalized today. Well, I shouldn't say finalized. It needs to be looked over by a court next week, but it's a formality. $21.5 million.
Myself,
they owe creditors more than that for the record. So they're still in the hole.
I believe
even after selling their IP.
That baby itself is worth several billion, you know. So
yeah, and
so Bed Bath & Beyond owns this other brand called Bye Bye Baby, which is actually does make money in and of itself. I guess they have their own stores or something. And that brand they're selling separately, which will also bring in some money, but I still don't think it'll be enough to cover the creditors that are secured. Yeah.
See some good.
Secured versus unsecured creditors, by the way. Secured creditors are like banks that gave loans to Bed Bath & Beyond, or private equity firms that have very specific contracts that say, hey, this debt is secured. If you can't pay us, then we have the right to, through the courts, get you to liquidate stuff to give us the money. Like, we get money. We're higher up on the list than unsecured creditors. You know who's unsecured creditors? Shareholders. Shareholders are like last on the list. If anyone's getting paid out for anything in a bankruptcy, they're fucked.
Money.
And another thing is that someone highlighted that back in 2003.
Didn't some of these guys get in legal trouble after doing this type of stuff for GameStop? There was controversy about it. I know Deep Fucking Value, which was his username, testified in front of Congress about it, and it was embarrassing. But I don't think there's been any real consequences for anyone about this now.
Kmart was in the same situation, filed chapter...
Yeah, even before shareholders, you're right, Tweakle, there are like vendors and other unsecured liabilities. Investors would be last on the list. Like, people like this, retail investors, like, there's zero chance they're getting anything. They're done. They're fucked.
11 as well. Someone came in, bought up all the fucking bonds, and, you know, they didn't go bankrupt. So, you know, I don't know. You know, Rev, all of these, it's happened before. I do think the company has a lot of value, man. You know, the biggest thing I've always said is that, look, people shop there. They make money.
No, they don't. That's why they're bankrupt.
But the problem is the debts, and the problem is how much they spend, right?
Does this guy think he just had a hot take that, man, they have money coming in. If only the money coming in was greater than the money going out, then everything would be fine. Yes, it actually does benefit the company's stock if they're profitable. I would agree. The problem is they're not. Like, I can make revenue, you know? You can make revenue doing anything. Revenue is just money people give you that comes in. It has nothing to do with what you're spending. This is just like this isn't even like stock stuff. This is just like basic how the world works. Wow, this business would be functional if it was profitable. Yeah, that's basically a tautology. Of course, by definition, you need the company to be successful and make money.
So, you know, what comes out of this, I'd like to see, you know, so, it's just, it's interesting.
Toys R Us had good revenue, too. Like, I worked at Toys R Us probably 5, 6, maybe 7 years before it closed and had the bankruptcy and everything. The problem is, the overhead for a store like Toys R Us is high. This is one of the reasons that centralized things like Amazon have had such a big leg up over big box brick and mortar store competition, because the overhead and expenses of running a business physically that people walk into means that you have to pay a lease for the property, right? The Bed Bath & Beyond or whatever, they're paying the rent for the building that they're in. They gotta pay for maintenance of the stores. They gotta pay for electricity for the stores. Any other utilities that might be involved, including internet. They need to buy cash registers and computer systems. They need to buy POS software. Excuse me. They need to pay employees who are at the stores. They need to pay vendors to stock the stores. Merchandise is very expensive, and merchandise is gonna sit there. there's a cost involved in holding merchandise because you initially spend money to get it from vendors, or if you can, you get a loan or a front from them where they'll give you the merchandise and then you pay them as you sell it. But like, generally, you buy the merchandise and then it sits on the shelf, and over time you'll make money. But if no one comes in, or if fewer people come in, then the overhead for all of these expenses will exceed your revenue, and you won't be profitable. Businesses like Amazon or online retailers don't deal with a lot of these things. Sure, they have warehouses, but from there they just mail stuff or use their delivery trucks. They don't have to accommodate customers. They can have more centralized locations for the warehouses where they keep things. It doesn't have to be aesthetically pleasing to anyone or look nice. It just needs to be a utilitarian warehouse full of shit that workers or robots can go grab and send to someone in the mail. Do they even know the company they invested in? Like, what did they think this was about?
You know, even Redbox.
My theory is if the board was bad, one, they wouldn't have stopped paying Triton because they couldn't afford it. There's that rule of thumb that they stopped paying them because literally they are heading. But that was back in January when they stopped paying them. And then
he's talking about how earlier this year Bed Bath & Beyond stopped paying people they owed money to because they're broke. Bed Bath and broke back and beyond. No, that's not right.
And the other aspect is if they are literally going bankrupt and this is kind of an institutional I want my money back, and the financiers are trying to get as much as they can.
I literally saw a chud trying to claim that they went bankrupt because they went woke by no longer selling Mike Pillow's My Pillow bullshit. Bed Bath & Beyond broke. Oh, that's so much better. God damn it.
I personally believe they'd probably just file straight for Chapter 7 and take it off the market and liquidate it and get as much money as they can because baby. But to do the Chapter 11 shows me that there is some type of long-term plan in order to resuscitate this thing. So whether it be the short run or the long run, I'm going to hold because I'm not taking a loss.
Whenever I see people rip huge vape clouds like that, it hurts my throat. How does that not burn the shit out of you?
I refuse, and I'm not losing until I sell, right?
Right. We have Realize backstage. We're going to go ahead and bring it.
I guess I've only ever vaped THC stuff. Maybe it vaporizes at a higher temperature than whatever vape juice he's using that's probably nicotine or just flavor.
Realize, man, if he ends up attending more frequently, we will have to give him his own entrance music, man. Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring in Realize and let's see what
weed smoke is hotter. Is it because it's oil based?
His thoughts are on everything going on. Hey, what's up, man? Like the background. You're muted. Are you muted?
You're muted. Bro?
I'm a ghost player. I
just
came out of the ether.
I have to pee again. I'm sorry. Let me find something to put on. Well, I urinate.
I'm trying to call somebody right now. It's called 911 because I don't have a driver.
Here, I guess watch this sob sit thing while I pee.
Hold on 1 second. I'm calling 911.
He's not traveling for commerce.
Here, sir.
Welcome back to the Van Balian channel, guys. Today we head to Wyoming for a short but very satisfying video where two obnoxious brothers get pulled over for driving without plates. and instead of complying with the law like grown adults, they behave like a couple of toddlers having a tantrum. So these Wyoming cops treat them as such. Right, let's get into the video.
He's smiling, his railroading. You already know who I am. Yes. Be on with your day, sir.
Driver's license
Thank
and
you.
insurance, please.
That's
Driver's
funny.
license and insurance.
He don't need to. What are you trying to identify, sir? Will you have your sergeant out here right now, please? Yeah. Thank you.
So I need your driver's license and insurance.
I will talk.
He
to
don't
you
need
with
to
my
provide
window.
a driver's license if he's not doing something for commerce.
Sir.
Oh,
you just fucked
up. Show me your hands. Right,
You just fucked up. I can't find my driver's license now. What? What's my social?
He doesn't have it.
8119 is my social. You know who I am, and you're railroading me, and you pissed me off.
Shut my
buddy.
brother's
Have your
door.
sergeant get here now. Right fucking
You just illegally
Right
opened
now.
his door. So I need your driver's license and insurance. What is your
Hold on one
badge
second.
number? 21. 21 in your name.
So now the driver comes up with the genius idea of calling 911 on the cop because he hurt his feelings by asking him for his license and insurance. No, I am not kidding.
Wait, he's calling 911 on the cop for asking for his driver's license?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Jeremy Comet. Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. Why did you pull me over again?
You have expired registration on the vehicle. I need
Okay.
your driver's license.
Will you go take a picture of that and bring it to me?
He doesn't have a driver's license.
Hold on,
Shut
I'm trying
his
to
door.
call.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm trying to call somebody right now. It's called
Shut his
911
door.
because I
He
don't know
don't
who you
have a
are, but you're
driver's
railroading
license.
me.
You need your driver's license.
Hold on one second. I'm calling 911.
He's not traveling for commerce.
I mean, I thought the driver was done by calling 911 on the cops, but the softsit brother says, hold my beer by getting the softsit scripts wrong. It's not traveling for commerce, it's I'm not driving in commerce.
If you don't provide it, I'm going to remove
I
you
will
from
when
the
I can
vehicle.
find it, but I don't trust you.
I'm going to remove you from the vehicle if you do not provide me your driver's license and insurance.
I will get out of the vehicle.
all of
now.
you rookies out here.
Oh shit. Holy fuck, what just happened? Did he get out of his own? I was not looking.
Out here.
Okay, he's getting out. Yikerinos. Ooh, that was a slam. Oh my god.
So many lost opportunities for entertainment there. I mean, what kind of sovereign citizen gets out of their vehicle without being dragged out, pepper sprayed, or at least tased?
I don't have to get in there, sir.
Get back in your vehicle.
I don't have to. It's not my
Get back
vehicle.
in your vehicle.
I'm going over here to get some lunch. You guys are trying to detain or obtain my brother, and I'm doing my own
Obtain my brother?
stuff. You guys cannot tell me what to do. Absolutely, you can't.
I just love it when softsits make such bold assertions about what they can or cannot do on a traffic stop, only to crash and burn so spectacularly. Speaking of which,
No, you can't. No, I won't. Call your sergeant out here.
No.
Yes.
Get back in your vehicle.
Call your sergeant out here,
Turn
sir.
around, turn around.
Okay. I would like for you to call your sergeant. What do you mean, why? Because you don't know the law, sir. No, you don't.
You have the ability to control the thing.
Let go of me. You ain't even putting handcuffs on properly.
call 911, but a couple of the original video will be in the description. Oh, and I will catch you in the next.
Okay. Back to it.
Is Bed Bath & Beyond losing money?
Bed Bath & Beyond, you probably wouldn't know this. In searching for it, I've discovered that basically, Bed Bath & Beyond... How do I explain this? When scammers discover that there's an easily tricked group of people that have been scammed by something else, they'll go, there's a pre-packaged audience for my grift. So I'm going to latch onto that grift and grift my grift. So now there's a bunch of AI voice fake YouTube videos about people trying to shill you Bed Bath & Beyond, which may or may not have links that lead you to phishing websites and other scams.
Yes, Bed Bath & Beyond is losing money. The company has reported losses for several consecutive quarters and has seen a decline in sales. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted the company's operations, as many of its stores were forced to temporarily close. To address these challenges, Bed Bath & Beyond has implemented cost-cutting measures and is focusing on its digital sales channels.
Oh my god, this music. Oh, this is the guy that was in the other video. He's the chart guy.
They're saying that they have an undeliverable address.
Oh, look, another AI one.
What happened to the Bed Bath & Beyond CFO? Bed Bath & Beyond CFO, Gustavo Arnold, announced his resignation on Tuesday, August 3, 2021. Arnold joined the company in 2019 and was responsible for overseeing the retailer's financial operations.
The 27th is 120 days. And there's something in there.
Wow, my left ear loves this.
About the February 27th date that they mentioned, to where there's basically like this 20-day period. This 20-day period. Oh shit.
Why is this camera so bad? It's whatever software he's using to green screen the background. It's not very good at actually detecting where the green screen is, so it's like flickering things in and out of the portion that it's supposed to be matting out of the scene.
So I don't know if it's related, but this 20-day period, the company can set this timeline of when basically they can force exercise these preferred shares. So I think it's preferred shares. So, and I think, you know, maybe some of these things have a, you know, the triggering event stuff, which would be like chapter 11, so it would make it able, but they wouldn't have to like necessarily act on it right away, maybe. So if you go to June 7th, my friends, which is when GameStop moved their earnings up.
Bed Bath & Beyond is not going out of business correctly. Look at this. You call 10% off a store closing sale? No wonder everything's still in stock. People are just shopping like it's a regular day. Stores going out of business should look like the apocalypse. There should be a haze of smoke. You should be looking for who you came there with. Tribes should have formed. Let's go out with a bang. I don't want $30 off an espresso machine. I want the shelves. Sell me the doors. The employees should be helping you lift the table from the break room out to your car. We should be helping the manager break into the safe. Everything must go. You're leaving good meat on this bone. When the Sears by me went out of business, people took the sign. Someone set off the sprinkler system. I mean, it was a real going out of business sale. My dad got stabbed 6 times, but he got that grill. Bed Bath & Beyond is not going out of business.
He's funny. That was good. Dr. Gamble says maybe this might help. It's a link. Oh, stereo to mono. Wait, no. Okay, I understand. That's interesting. Is this just activatable randomly? Okay. I will turn it off for now. Hold on, let me pin this actually. There, it's pinned. Now what do I do? Like, how do I control it? Is it just always on? Can I not do anything specific to turn it on and off? Oh, I see. You just hit it. Okay, I got it. Cool.
So Bed Bath & Beyond stock did not do well at all today, guys. It went down, I think, around, what, 10%? Yeah, 2 cents. It closed at 20 cents per share on the day. So we're going to be breaking down the charts, news, what I'm looking to do. But before we dive into it, do not forget to get up to 17 free stocks for Moo, each up to $2,000. All you have to do is use that link down below or go to stosserfest.com/Moo. Open up your account and fund it with at least $100. You get a free share of C3AI, which is actually exclusive to this channel. And guys, you get 5 more stocks, each up to $2,000. And again, that's just with a $100 deposit. And guys, fund your account at least $1,000. You get 10 more stocks, totaling 16 stocks.
Yeah, don't do any of this, please.
And it gets even better. Fund your account.
Don't become a day trader. It's just gambling. Most day traders are just gambling addicts.
With at least $5,000, you get a free share of Tesla or Google stock guaranteed on top of all the stocks you already got. So I'm telling you guys, this is the best promo right now. Take advantage, link down below. And of course, that is an affiliate link. It helps out the channel. And with that being said, cheers, guys. Let's dive into it. So again, Bed Bath & Beyond stock went down over 10% on the day, over 2 cents in the red, guys. And you can see it is...
Again, 2 cents is 10% of the stock price.
Clearly taken out, or it took out the lows from yesterday, which we hit roughly, where did we hit? 21.5, 21.5 cents, in other words, guys. And today we actually got to 19.7 on the low. So right off the bat, looking here on the intraday chart, we took the lows out from yesterday, which isn't the best sign for the bulls. And on the 5-day chart, if I pull that up, we are now slowly taking out the lows from the previous trading day, which I believe that was on Friday. Yeah, Friday, the 16th of June. We hit around 20 cents. And again, guys, today we got into the 19-cent range on Bed Bath & Beyond momentarily. We did actually, we rebounded off that and closed at 20 cents, but we did hit 19 cents momentarily. And on this 5-day,
they're begging and fighting over literal pennies per share at this point. In this case, singular penny. He's taking time to discuss the fact that it went between 20 cents and 19 cents. As if any of this matters. These numbers for you are the same thing. They mean the same thing, whether it's 19 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 1 penny, 0. Either way, you're fucked. This investment is dead. It's dead. No matter what the price is on paper, it's worthless.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm personally seeing a head and shoulders. Do you guys see it? We have the left shoulder here, boom. Head's right here, boom. And we have the right shoulder, which is slowly starting to play out. So this is not the best sign for the bulls. And
astrology.
the low from a couple of days ago, guys, was right around 17.3. That was on the 14th, so a week ago, last Wednesday, we hit
Kazoo Dave, thanks for 30 months.
17.5 cents roughly. So that is where, or at least that's one level that we could be going to if this gets even worse, guys. And let me show you some other points we can go to. Maybe we go down to 18 cents. That was actually the low here from, when was that? The 15th of June. Maybe we go down to 19 cents. That's another key spot. Lower 19s. We actually hit, like I said, higher 19s earlier today. So this is where this could start to fall down to if the selling continues, which you guys know the bankruptcy auction is going on right now. And speaking of that, guys, let me actually pull up this article and break down some news very quickly about Bye Bye Baby and, of course, Bed Bath & Beyond. So you guys see the headline right here. It says Bed Bath & Beyond sets a separate auction date for Bye Bye Baby. You guys see that right here. And of course, ignore all these ads right here. We have the Disney bundle. We have all these other ads right here. US Bank. We're not talking about any of that today, guys. They're not sponsoring the video, but you know, they're here.
People are familiar with internet ads. If you don't want them in your stream, download an ad blocker.
On the side.
This is not hard to figure out.
Right, whatever. Bed Bath & Beyond again sets a separate auction date for Bye Bye Baby, which at this point we all know, everybody and their grandma knows, that is the most attractive asset in the in the Bed Bath & Beyond pie, if you will, right? Bye Bye Baby by far is the most attractive asset. And you guys can see the auction is going to be scheduled now for June 28th, which is a week from today. So guys, they keep on pushing back.
That's going to be a big one for them. I know a lot of these people are like, no matter what happens with the Bed Bath & Beyond brand, Bye Bye Baby, that's the one that's going to do it. That's the one. It's going to be huge. I don't think it will be. I would actually imagine, considering Bye Bye Baby stores are in better shape than Bed Bath & Beyond stores, they'll probably get more than they did for just Bed Bath & Beyond. But not enough to save anything. Again, it'll just be money to pay off some creditors.
Back the dates, I think it was initially meant for a couple of days ago. Then they pushed it to the 21st, which is today. Now they're pushing it back to the 28th, and this will give the retailer more time to discuss deals for the chain, for parties interested in Bye Bye Baby's assets, and Bed Bath, and mind you guys, Bye Bye Baby, I think they're going to do for fiscal 2023, projected to do something like, I think I was reading $1.5 billion of revenue, which is pretty insane.
What's their profit margin? What's their profit? You keep talking about revenue. Bed Bath & Beyond had revenue. What it didn't have is profit.
So keep that in mind. I mean, this is by far, again, the most attractive asset. And Bed Bath & Beyond hasn't attracted interest in its brick and mortar operations, which you guys know, they've shut down all the stores, they're liquidating, getting rid of all that inventory, right? But did accept a stalking horse bid of $21.5 million from Overstock.com for its intellectual properties. Big news. So yeah, what do you guys think about that? Pretty interesting news there. Let me actually come back over here to the charts, guys, which again, today Bed Bath & Beyond stock went down about 10%. So if we zoom in or make my face a little bit bigger, there we go. My big old head, guys, there we go. Again, we can see down 10%, 10.2%. And we have that Head and Shoulders playing out. This could end up getting worse in the short term, in my opinion. And what everybody's waiting for is, and there goes my my laundry, guys, and my bobblehead in the back. I have a Kobe Bryant bobblehead right here. Not sure if you guys can see it, but it goes crazy when the laundry runs. It's literally about 10, 15 feet over there, 20 feet. Either way, guys, where was I? It all comes down to the Bye Bye Baby auction, right? We'll see in about a week how that's going to play out, how the price action for BBBYQ is going to look. In my opinion, I don't know about you guys, but I think it's going to be very rocky. I'm pretty sure a lot of you all would agree with that. So, yeah, I mean, let's see what it does in the 20-cent range, 18, 19 cents. This is a big spot for the stock in general. And on the 4-hour chart, guys, actually, wait, on the 20-day...
The 4-hour chart.
Chart, we can see we are slightly, well, we were at least, slowly breaking out of this channel that we were in, the downwards channel, which if I zoom in...
This channel. Atheist Brony says, silly Hannah, they're using the financial strategies of brilliant businessmen like Donald Trump. Debt, expenses, why worry about those things? They don't matter.
You'll see. But now we're actually starting to fall right back into it. Now with today's red day, we went right back under the 50 SMA. Obviously, we closed under the 180 SMA. In fact, we got rejected yesterday and today at the 180 SMA, and now we're starting to sell off even more. So BBBYQ, from a technical standpoint, it's looked better in the past. I'm not going to lie, guys. It's not looking so great right now. So
you think?
Be very careful. I am personally, and you guys know me, I'm in this stock. I'm riding it to the dirt. If it goes to zero, so be it. I put an amount of money in that I'm willing to lose, and I knew what I was getting into when I initially bought it, right? But at this point, I'm just holding on. I'm in for the ride, and I'm excited to see how
something sunk cost fallacy
plays out. So what do you guys think? Let me know down below in the comments. And I haven't asked you guys this in a while, but are you still holding Bed Bath & Beyond? I'm seriously curious, because I'm still holding, again, at 41 cents. Not a big position at all, but I'm curious to see if you guys are still holding. If you guys want to let me know in the comments where you're holding in terms of average cost. You don't have to let me know how many shares you have. It doesn't matter, but let me know your average cost.
just funny that effectively at this point the only people who are trading this thing back and forth are the cult stock people. It's just they're playing a game with each other in their own little fantasy world, and they're all losing money. And none of them understands what's happening. It's sad. Oh God, what is this? Oopsie, didn't you do that?
Who is going to buy Peloton, has already bought a Peloton. I'm talking about the actual product. I would say Citadel's probably not encouraging the strikes. How people haven't, I'm sure some people have, okay?
AMC.
Shares, of course, too.
I don't know where he talks about Bed Bath
Charts
and Beyond.
say this date will be interesting for AMC stock. Maybe we need to make this happen. This is about GameStop, so not Bed Bath and Beyond, but a very similar situation.
Theory, guys. Welcome back, by the way. Michael Jordan sold the team because he's a degenerate gambler, and
Michael Jordan has money to lose. I don't think you do. And you're primarily invested in GameStop. So I maybe wouldn't be calling the pot black when you're the kettle, glass houses, and other idioms.
I've been reading, and I read the headline yesterday. It said the shorts have $100 billion betting against this market right now. They're waiting for the downturn. Now, I called for that. I called for the SPY to come crashing down. A retraction all the way below 409 is what I'm looking at. But when I really look at this, maybe because he lost all his money, maybe he's going to get cash to go back to the table again and bet it against the short again. Hey, memo to Michael Jordan.
For some reason, he's under the impression that because Michael Jordan is selling the team or something that he owns, I don't know, basketball, sports stuff, I don't know. But I guess Michael Jordan is maybe selling a team he owns or something. And this guy has taken that to mean that Michael Jordan was shorting GameStop, and he's lost so much money from shorting GameStop that that's why he's selling this basketball team. Again, it's like a weird conspiracy thing. Charlotte Hornets.
You're gonna lose. Do you understand? GameStop is the stock that is gonna cripple the world. Still, today, right now. You guys gotta know.
It's so funny to me. Some of these people genuinely believe that the short squeeze that they think is going to happen, the MOASS, or mother of all short squeezes, they think it might crash the entire economy and destroy society, and they think that they'll come out on top. Holy shit balls. Purple Pondini with 10,000 bits says, "Hi Hannah, long time since I have had time to catch a stream. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for those bits. Was that intentional? God damn." It's good to see you too. How's it been? How's it been going?
You gotta know, this is the peak. This is what's pushing out. But the Fed is going to increase rates 2 more times this year, at least. Jerome Powell.
I thought the rumor was that they weren't going to increase rates because things had stabilized somewhat in terms of inflation.
I said it yesterday. So if you guys want to think he's lying to you, go for it. Go ahead and bet the long and think that the SPY is going to keep going all the way up to 480 like it did, 2 years ago, a la 2 years ago. Nope, ain't going to happen. I have it coming crashing down. Michael Jordan, if you're going to double down on this bet, if you're coming big with all this money, well, the shorts might win. They might win for a little bit. They might win for like a half a year, but you're not winning forever. No way. I'll show you what's winning forever. GameStop, can't stop, won't stop. Michael Jordan, remember this, okay? If you're getting your money together to go place another bet, you already got finessed for $500 million. Why not just lose it all? Let's come on over. I know what you...
This guy's fucking delusional. Terradona says, if it would occur as they claim, their money would just be as worthless as mine. Yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Their fundamental thesis, like, let's say even what they were saying was true in terms of all the illegal short selling. they wouldn't suddenly make a bunch of money. The hedge funds that were responsible would just go out of business. They'd go bankrupt. And they would be unable to close their short positions. And then these people would be like, well, they have to close it. Not if they go out of business. If they literally can't, then they'll just go out of business. The hedge fund would become insolvent. Not the entire economy. It's such delusional behavior. It's so weird. Stone Corbell says, I'm sure Michael Jordan will be quite receptive to this guy's advice. Also, isn't Jordan like a billionaire? Oh yeah. He has gotten a certain percentage or a certain amount off of every pair of Air Jordan branded anything since its inception. He's very wealthy. Stone Corbell... No, I literally just read that.
What do you want to do? Come on, I know.
Sorry, I was just thinking in my head. Is Air Jordan the most lucrative brand sports, like, what's the word I'm thinking of? Is Air Jordan the most successful sports promotional crossover in history? Probably, right?
I know degenerate gamblers when I see them, bro. Peace.
I'm talking about one person, by the way, not like Wheaties put celebrities on the or athletes on the box, but it's all different ones. You know, I'm talking about any singular athlete licensing a name or image to a sporting thing. Jordan's gotta be like, it's gotta be, right? Where'd that guy go? Did he have any other GME weird shit? Oh, here's this guy's Twitter. Did he tweet anything else?
I like.
Jonathan Johnson, interim CEO of Overstock.com. Thank you so much for being part of 3 Questions.
Bob, thanks for having me back.
Former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne recently stepped down after an episode that I think caught a lot of people off guard. What happened to Patrick Byrne?
Why did he post an interview from 3... Oh, they're conspiracy theorists. I guess I know why, but... It's an interview from 3 years ago of an Overstock.com guy. Tony Hawk's probably up there too, because of the games. John Madden, probably a big one, again, because of the video game. Yeah, Tiger Woods, PGA Tour. Even I played that game. I like golf. I've played golf games in the past, and I like them. Oh my god, people live stream day trading.
Root stock update for short.
Makes me uncomfortable. It's like people who watch people gamble. Feels unhealthy. This is one of those reasons, like, people have had problems with Twitch and then been like, I'm going... What's that other streaming site that's like a gambling thing? They'll be like, oh, fuck Twitch, I'm gonna go to this other one. Kick, thank you. I just can't. I can't be the front for a fucking gambling company that sells gambling to minors. It just disgusts me.
But you have to realize there's going to be hiccups along the way and things we don't expect as individuals, like learning about it. So at least that's kind of been my perspective lately. So I think you're right in the sense that new revenue is going to be huge for the company, and that will really shut people up, honestly, that are talking crap about GameStop, in my opinion.
How old is this guy? He streamed this a day ago.
I think them turning a profit and actually having a new thriving segment of their business, driving revenue growth again, really makes it hard to create a bear case. I mean, of course, there's always going to be one. There's always going to be individuals with opinions, right? And at the end of the day, that's fine. I don't care what other people think. And I think you also need difference of opinions. Part of what makes this so special to me is that today.
How much money do you think this guy has put into this?
So I'm sure you've already seen the news, but Ryan Cohen spent $10 million of his own money. He puts his money where his mouth is and acquired more shares of GameStop. I find it to be incredibly bullish, and the filing shows that he actually purchased shares on Friday, along with Alan Adel, along with Larry Chang as well. So
Ryan Cohen is, let me see his exact position at GameStop. Because I don't think he's the CEO, but I could be wrong. Ryan Cohen is a Canadian entrepreneur and activist investor. He founded e-commerce company Chewy in 2011 and was the company's CEO until 2018. Cohen is currently the executive chairman of GameStop. There we go. Executive chairman. He's an Elon Musk wannabe. He tries to do the whole, like... Sorry, that was loud. He tries to do the whole, like, hello, fellow kids, I also like memes and emojis. Ha 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 ha. Bullshit. He's basically just a douche. He's a millionaire douchebag that these people look up to because they think he's gonna make them all millionaires by turning GameStop into one of the most profitable companies in the world. It's a video game pawn shop.
That's 3 out of 6 insiders that all purchased shares the same day. Funny enough, the date was 6-9. Coincidental? I don't know, maybe, kinda, sorta, whatever. I just think it's great that 3 insiders come out and buy shares after a sharp earnings decline, or I should say sharp earnings dip in terms of the stock price.
He literally probably did it specifically knowing that the weird cultists would see him do that and pile in.
Because I don't think it was an earnings decline, because if you look year over year,
I don't think... What do you mean you don't think it was an earnings decline? This is a quantitative measurement. This is objective. Year over year, their revenue, their profit declined. They lost more money. They're losing money. This isn't like something that you can kind of... There are numbers that you can look at and see this number is bigger than this number. Apparently it's NFL and Pepsi, $2 billion, followed by Jordan, Nike at $1.5 billion. Okay.
Net income, there was significant improvement. Although top line wasn't exactly what we wanted to see in terms of seeing improvement, the bottom line, you still saw a significant difference, and just overall direction and where the company's going, and the transformation continuing to finalize and take place through the remainder of 2023. That's at least what I think is going on here. And I think 2024 and beyond is really where they consistently grow their revenue. But of course, we'll see about that. Hiccups could come. There's lots of uncertainties always, right? And that's also kind of what I want to say next, that you should always expect the unexpected. The stock price could get crazy the next few days. It could get crappy the next couple days. You never truly know. But what you do know is the people running the company believe in owning the stock of the company they're operating and managing day to day. So that tells me a lot about the long term and where the company's going. And with GameStop Player on the horizon, I think it's just an exciting time.
Player is, GameStop is teaming up with another company to do a games launcher for PC. Because everyone loves more random game launchers joining the industry. Everyone loves the Epic Games launcher.
3 insiders all buy on the same day. And it's just another chapter in this wonderful saga that is GameStop. Thank you so much for watching. I like the stock. Power the players, power the creators, power the gamers. Drop a like, subscribe. Have a good night.
Oh, and the stupid thing, my understanding is also that they want to, like, allow used game sales via NFTs or something. It's really stupid. It's really fucking stupid. I gotta save this kid. Like, in my bookmarks. I'm not gonna, like, save him. Oh, it's a shame. Oh, here he is. This was his opinion when Ryan Cohen sold his Bed Bath & Beyond stock and left everyone else holding his bags. Gnome Pickle says, here comes Hannah to save the day with her magic power of foresight and pattern recognition.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna keep it real.
Let me be clear. I don't not have sympathy for this kid. Like, if I could talk to him, I would do my best. I just know I'd be talking to a wall. And at the end of the day, I feel like what I'm doing is more informing you guys and hoping to prevent anyone who sees this from taking similar action in the future. I would imagine this is kind of a lost cause. Hopefully he'll learn a lesson from this, and hopefully it doesn't hurt him too bad. Just, there's not really much I can do. I think this is a lesson he's going to have to learn himself, if he's going to learn it at all.
Ryan Cohen is sold out of Bed Bath & Beyond, and I've been talking about it a lot on Twitter the past few days, and I made a couple videos on it. And honestly, I'm looking, and I was very hesitant to talk about it in case something like this happened. But just gotta keep it real. I mean, I had a small position. I was making a small trade out of it. I did cash some out. I do still hold a little bit now. That will be down a little bit. But at the end of the day, I don't care. It's just a small position relative to what I have in GameStop. And I believe in GameStop a lot more. And it just reminds me, this is why I'm gonna speak for myself. You do what you like. Because of course I don't give financial advice, just my personal thoughts and opinions. But this is why it's important to do due diligence on a company and believe in it extremely greatly, right? Like an extreme amount to really believe in what they're doing, because at the end of the day, I don't think I believed enough in what Bed Bath & Beyond was doing, and I was just believing in Ryan Cohen and had the utmost belief in Ryan Cohen, especially with what he's doing in GameStop. But I think
I'm gonna be honest, I think this is a pretty unhealthy attitude to have towards a stock. Believe it or not. Look, I would imagine anyone who invests into a company believes in it in some sense. At least believes that there's a probability that they will make money and potentially grow, or at least continue to make a profit in the future. For instance, the stocks that I've owned and made some money on. Disney. You know, Disney I don't really necessarily like. It's a giant monopolistic conglomerate, the biggest media empire in the history of the world. And I think that's pretty yikes. But from a strictly cynical investment point of view, I don't think they're going anywhere. Right? I made some money off that. I did end up selling because I do think they're on the downturn now. We had like 2 decades almost of Marvel movies being the most successful thing in the world, and now that's on a downturn, and with all the stuff in Florida, I don't know. I just think it's a whole fucky situation, so I don't own Disney anymore. But like, the point I'm making is, generally, yes, you do want to have confidence in the company you're investing in, but that doesn't mean you believe in them no matter what they say. That doesn't mean you believe that everything they do is good. On some level, it should be an adversarial relationship. You as an investor should be saying, okay, what are you doing this year, the next year? How are you remaining profitable? How are you remaining in business? What are you doing to keep people interested? The idea that you are slavishly devoted to a company that you just gave... It's just frustrating to me. It's just frustrating. I used to own Disney. Were you the one who made it woke? Yes, it was specifically me.
just a lot of the noise and the hype just kind of got my attention and just got a lot of people's attention, right? And we still don't know. I mean, I'm sure Ryan Cohen had a purpose in doing this in some way or another.
What else did I invest in? I had Disney, I did Sony, I did Nintendo. I did basically larger companies that I understand at least some of their product and believe that there's a future market in, you know?
I mean, but I gotta keep it honest, guys. I mean, I think I might have been wrong about Bed Bath. It's still too soon to say. They could still spin off Bye Bye Baby, and that could be good for them and restructuring the business. I don't know, but I think definitely a lot of learning lessons to come out of this. And yeah, I just don't think it's that big a deal. There's a lot of intense opinions on both sides. How could he do this? He rug pulled, or oh my gosh, no, he's still gonna do this, or oh, well, no, he was never gonna sell. Oh, he was always gonna.
He rug pulled. He rug pulled you hard. What's this guy's oldest videos? Oh my god, from a year ago.
Hello everyone, my name is Noah from Tetron Invest, and today...
Tetron Invest. This poor kid. People who are this young... Like he clearly wants to be a financial person. He wants to be in finance. He wants to make money. His channel is called Tetron Invest, and he literally had a logo made for it, or he made a logo. It concerns me that someone this young is this... play on words. I'm a little concerned that he's this invested in investing. Just for someone this young, I don't know if he's like... This guy could either be 16 or he could be like 25. I don't know. But the fact that he's like this into this kind of thing is scary to me. His priorities are so out of fucking whack.
I'm going to be going over the theory of the MOASS, the mother of all short squeezes. What the hell does that even mean? Why does everybody say it? When's it going to happen? First of all, not a financial advisor, simply thoughts and opinions in this video. And I want to keep it short and sweet, but what exactly is the MOASS? So the theory of the ultimate short squeeze is that because the short interest was over 100%, and now...
Am I seeing the Chud rumor about George Lucas buying back Star Wars? That was a rumor like 2 years ago, too. The idea that George Lucas at his age gives a shit and wants anything to do with producing a Star Wars movie is so funny to me.
Now, it's only...
Like, I don't necessarily think George Lucas has liked the output of Disney Star Wars, but I also don't think he's like, welp, George, time to roll up the sleeves and go make more Star Wars.
Listed as like 10, 15, but anybody who's been following this most likely thinks / knows synthetic shares are out there. The price has been suppressed / manipulated for a while.
Based upon? What are you basing this upon? This is a claim you all make. Can you substantiate it? H. Baird says MOASS extends life. The MOASS expands consciousness. The MOASS makes Hannah content possible.
Alright. So at some point, though, all shorts must cover. Even if the short interest has been hidden, which we could get into in another video, and there are many, many theories kind of proving this that really have to be convinced. But we'll see. If that is the case, shorts must cover. If more than 100...
Synthetic shares, fake. Basically, he's saying that it's a tenet of these MOASS conspiracy theories with these meme stocks that hedge funds are secretly using synthetic shares or fake shares that they don't actually own to artificially short the stock and suppress the price. Synthetic shorting is a felony, and there's no evidence that this is happening. At least not in the way these people are describing. Bed Bath & Beyond and GameStop's prices are not being artificially suppressed. If anything, they're being artificially inflated by people like this, who think they're like magical, I don't even know, just magic companies that are gonna make them all billionaires?
100% of stock is shorted. How can you cover more shares than exist, right? And now everyone's locking up the float. Everybody's DRS to computer share, right? So the shares are in their individual names. So there's limited shares available on the market. So why does this matter? Okay, let's say half GME shares are in DRS right now. They can't be shorted. Nobody's touching them.
DRSing is directly registering your shares, which means they're not open to be shorted, borrowed by shorts to short sell. So a lot of these GameStop cult conspiracy theory people are trying to get everyone, oh, we all have to directly register our shares. If we all directly register all the shares we can, there won't be enough in the float for them to be able to short sell and suppress the price, which will initiate the MOASS, the mother of all short squeezes. the problem is, first of all, like I said, the price isn't being artificially deflated by synthetic shorts. Secondly, they are incapable of direct registering all of the shares. They're not even close. Dan Olson, Folding Ideas on Twitter, talked about this a week or two ago when GameStop released their most recent financials. And in their financials, they showed the amount of shares that are direct registered. At the current rate that shares for GameStop are being DRS'd, it would take 97 years for these people to DRS the majority or all of the shares of GameStop. So that strategy is not going to work, which doesn't matter anyway, because it's a stupid strategy, because again, the fundamental first premise is incorrect. GameStop shares aren't being suppressed.
Let's say, that's just for example's sake, right? So there's 72 million float, prox. 36 million is locked up. Now you got 36 million left. And the float was shorted over 100%. Now they have to go buy over 72 million shares. And the idea is of the MOASS, if they're buying, like, theoretically hundreds of millions of shares, and we have so much of the float, individual investors have so much of the float locked up, right?
Bone Wolf Connor, thanks for 17 months, says, "Oh no, I missed most of the stream watching yesterday's VOD. But as a German, you destroying that chud was very cathartic." I'm wondering if he was even actually German. Because he kind of said things that made me feel like he might not actually be German.
Right?
But who knows?
The float is locked. Or not locked, but you control, can't be shorted. When they go to buy to cover, eventually those positions, the idea is that it will be so powerful, so much buying all at once, to the point it literally empties the order books. What do I mean by that? Every single sell order will be instantly filled. And then when you sell, it'll instantly fill it at any price. What? Why? How? How's that possible? Okay, imagine, in that scenario I said before, there's only 36 million shares left. Somebody gets a margin call, or something goes out of business, a hedge fund goes out of business, and they get liquidated, and they have to buy to cover 45 million shares. Or let's say even it's like a smaller number, right? Like a more realistic. 10 million.
I think he said he lived in Germany, didn't state he was German. I guess that's true.
Even though that's
he seemed nationalistic about Germany, though.
Yes. Then what the float is locked. How do you know who's selling? If nobody's selling, then it's all these buy orders on the books, and there's no sells. If it's all buy orders, and the buying becomes so overwhelming, because if you don't find a price to buy at, you just keep going up. Buy higher, buy higher, buy higher, buy. What if there's nothing higher? What if nothing's up there? The price is infinite. It's just as high as you want. Oh, I have a share. Oh, I look at the order books. I own some shares. Looks like everyone needs shares. There's literally none available for sale. I'll sell mine for 5,000. Instant sell. Because if it's a margin call, they have to buy at market price. It doesn't matter. If it's a failure to deliver, they have to buy at market price. It doesn't matter. If it's covering options or some kind of foolery with options, you have to
some kind of foolery, yada yada yada, things I don't understand that don't exist.
Price if you owe the shares.
Like they think they found Chai T-Rex says what I was gonna say. They think they found an infinite money glitch in real life. No one will let you do that, because money is a social agreement. Money is a social, concept. It's something we all agree on. And if GameStop was going to destroy the world economy, we would all just go, let's not do that. Let's not let that happen. Let's shut down these hedge funds and just call it a wash. Because I think, generally, as a society, we would all rather GameStop and GME people lose their shirts than the world economy to collapse. Of course, it doesn't matter anyway, because none of the things they're saying are real, but even in the scenario they are imagining, it wouldn't work, because people would go, oh, that's funny that worked out that way. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. We're not going to let that happen. We're just going to declare bankruptcy for these hedge funds. So that's not a problem.
And if the shares keep getting locked up with individuals, they can only pull this cheese for so long. They've been jerking us around as in individual GameStop shareholders since January. Just look at that chart. Look at the volume compared to January and as time has gone on. And as DRS has become relevant, the volume keeps decreasing because less shares.
Because fewer people are involved in the scam. Fewer people are buying in and out and everything because it's just not as popular as a grift. There's less traction on the narrative you're trying to sell people.
Shares are trading back and forth each day. And that means more and more shares are theoretically just being held by individual investors. And more often than not, it's computer share. And why computer share matters is because shares in computer share cannot be shorted. They legally cannot be shorted because they're in you, individual name, not in the name of your brokerage. Whereas if you own the shares in Fidelity, TD, Robinhood, shares aren't in your name. They could be lent out, and your shares, without you even knowing, could be being lent out. That's crazy. And then basically,
that's a part of how the market works.
They're lending out your shares. That means somebody's shorting them. So they're basically using your position.
If they don't use yours, they're going to use someone else's. Stocks are fungible. Like one piece of stock, one unit of stock in GameStop is the same as any other. It doesn't matter.
Against you to make money. And that's why everyone's gotten to computer share on Reddit, and the big movement has come, and a lot of interesting things going on. And I really do follow social sentiment, and I think that certainly helps. And GameStop is just the most
I think the best thing to come out of NFTs is the fact that I learned the term fungible and get to use it now. Sometimes while making fun of NFTs.
Understood investment right now. It's as simple as that. It's the risk versus reward on this, and being a young individual investor, it's absolutely something I want to take. It's not for everybody, no. Should it be a large percentage of your portfolio like it is mine? Probably not, but I'm young. I can afford to take that chance. I'm just starting this channel. I'm just starting this business. Like, I'm 21 years old. Like,
there it is.
If there's a time to
younger than John Doyle,
take a chance on something with such good risk to reward potential, in my opinion. The reward, the upside is so massive. Why not?
Yeah, I know that there's different stock.
It's worth it. I believe in the company. I believe in what they're doing. I'm not just like, ooh,
there can be common stock and preferred stock and stuff.
I hope the MOASS comes. Ooh, it'll be so good. Ooh, I'll be. They're doing. I'm not just like, ooh, I hope.
One second, let me get a screenshot of this. I'm an investor. I'm an investor. Save. There it is. Worth it. Worth it, worth it, worth it. Okay.
I hope the MOASS comes. Ooh, it'll be so good. Ooh. I'll be rich. I want to get rich quick. I believe in it. I believe in what I've read, my due diligence. So for that reason, I'm comfortable with taking this big risk. But
would I do a watch together stream when Folding Ideas meme stock video drops? Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Kind of went off on a limb here. I was trying to keep this short, but hope this information helped. Please comment with questions, concerns, theories, thoughts, anything. I want to communicate with people about GameStop. Have a great day.
So in order to get a sneak peek at GameStop Player, which is launching at a to-be-determined date, I went ahead and read the patent for GameStop Player. And this was some of the points I found. I made a tweet about this the other day, gained a lot of traction, so I figured, why not make a video? Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you all out there. But the first thing that stood out to me, downloadable games. I think it's been obvious that this is kind of the route GameStop's been going towards Web3 games, development, partnering with different people. It'll be interesting to see, will there be other...
People hate Web3. People hate crypto. People hate NFTs. Fuck off with this stuff.
The partnerships to come out of this? What will it actually look like? There's so many questions to be answered, and keep in mind, this summary is a very loose summary because there's still a lot that's to be determined. First of all, how is it even going to be launched? Is it going to launch in beta? Is it going to be all at once? Is it going to be in pieces? We have no idea at this point, right? So it'll all be to be determined, but I think what we will see is the NFT marketplace and GameStop wallet being integrated as a whole and just really trying to vertically align the business. But that's just from my initial thoughts. But also reading the patent, it mentions digital asset transactions. I think that's in reference to the NFT marketplace, but specifically in-game items. But it also mentions multiple blockchains. Honestly, I don't know exactly what that means. Some people are saying...
I don't know what that means. Accurate. Reno Redhead says Web3 is like D&D 4th edition. We don't talk about that one.
Oh, it's going to have immutable. It's going to have loop rings. Some are saying, oh, well, now it's just going to be Telos and everything being built there. I really feel like it makes sense for everything to all come together, again, to just vertically align GameStop's business as a whole. But we'll have to see, honestly. So I'm not too sure on that yet. And then esports competitions, interesting. And I've said a couple times in the past, I think it'd be interesting if they got into that more. So what exactly that'll look like, I don't know. I honestly don't know a whole lot about esports, but I know it's a growing industry. And if it's a growing industry...
I like that all these features, he's like, I don't know anything about this. But it seems good for our investment, because everything is good for our investment.
Gaming, I think it just makes a lot of sense for GameStop.
GameStop will be dead in the next 3 years. See, I was giving them 5, because they have a decent amount of liquidity right now. They're losing money at, like, every year, but they had, like, $1 billion in liquidity at some point. I don't know how much that's gone down by, but last quarter they lost $55 million. They've been losing around 30 million per quarter on average. It just depends. So they have some runway. They have some money to burn before things completely collapse. Sad Cryptoland didn't go longer because I wanted more animated crypto weirdness. I know, right? They blew their load real early with that video. Everyone immediately just latched on and dogpiled and pointed out how stupid it was and laughed at it, and it killed the project just right out of the gate.
It's up to be involved with it.
It's actually funny because, like, the people behind Cryptoland, I don't think they realize how lucky they are that that blew up immediately. Because I think if that had gone on much longer, there would have been some federal eyes looking at the project. Because remember that, like, Cryptoland explicitly said, like, if you're from America, you can't buy property here or give us money if you're in America. This is a pretty common tactic that scams have tried to use, in particular when they're centered around crypto, in order to try and evade the jurisdiction of the FTC or the SEC. It's kind of not working these days too well. CoffeeZilla, for instance, just covered a scam Ponzi scheme hedge fund that had people, instead of, like, in Canada, instead of using Canada because they couldn't legally operate in Canada, they had them use crypto. So I think if Kyle Chassis and the other investors and creators of Cryptoland had been allowed to continue and not been mocked so thoroughly, they'd probably be under more thorough investigation. And I don't think that would have ended well for them. Especially Kyle, who is, in my opinion, a shady motherfucker.
Then the next point is streaming. So that I found very interesting. I love the opportunity.
Everyone loves game streaming. Something Google Stadia. Look, The technology for game streaming has gotten better. I have Xbox Games Pass, and it works relatively well, but it still never works as well as downloading a title, right? Game streaming, there's always going to be lag, at least for a long time, until the internet vastly improves. If Google couldn't do it, GameStop can't do it. Even Xbox, who runs Game Pass is still losing them money. My understanding is that GameStop has admitted, or not GameStop, I'm sorry, Microsoft has admitted that Games Pass doesn't make money currently. They're just continually investing in it in the hopes that they'll continue to grow the user base, and at scale they'll start to make money. But right now they're still in the phase where they're losing it. And that's Microsoft, another big company. I just don't see GameStop being able to do anything like that. Atheist Brony says, speaking of game streaming, I got Final Fantasy 16 today and will likely be streaming later tonight for a couple hours. Cool. Hope it's fun.
To stream on GameStop Player, but what will streaming look like? And if GameStop Player is going to be launched in parts or in beta, I would think streaming is something that comes down the line, not the top priority, but also maybe it means streaming esports events, things like that, not necessarily an individual like myself just going on and streaming a random game from the client itself or the product itself, whatever you want to call it. But that brings me to my next point. It says it'll be smartphone, tablet, and TV integratable or supported. So that'll be interesting to see. Is there going to be a TV app for GameStop Player, like on a smart TV? You know when you go to click the icon. And is there going to be an app on your phone? Seems like it. And how fast it comes out, what exactly it looks like, I couldn't tell you, but these are just some of the main points. But how I'm envisioning it is it's a Steam client type of deal, but next gen and just really built around the brand that's GameStop, and hopefully somehow points to their core business of e-commerce and just bringing individuals to stores. And also I hope to see more stores upgraded similar to Milan, Italy, because if that's the case, they can offer more experiences, and then the online portion of their business can really direct people to in-store, hopefully, for the experience.
Milan, Italy has a GameStop.
Experiences, and then the experiences could hopefully drive people online in the inverse. So those are just some of my thoughts after reading the patent and kind of looking at what the company's been doing. But overall, brick by brick, the turnaround is going to continue to take place. And of course, there's still going to be challenges. There's going to be uncertainties. There's going to be things that come.
Reno Redhead says GameStop should have rebranded as a retro games retail store. Could have worked with companies to make reproduction video games and accessories. If done correctly, it would have served a market that's a little starved for content. I think at the scale they're working at, they'd still have to close most of their stores. But yeah, that's definitely a market they could tap into. But like, for instance, there's a local retro game store around me, and I like them because they also sell like used Blu-rays and stuff, or if I have Blu-rays that I have extra copies of, because I've upgraded to like 4K or something, I'll go trade those in and I'll look at their games and their movies and stuff and do whatever, maybe with some store credit. I would never want to go to GameStop for that. It's such an impersonal, shitty store. I'd rather go to the local one, but I understand not everyone has a local one. But if your town's small enough that they don't have a local retro GameStop, is it a big, or game store, is it a big enough market for GameStop to even make money on retro gaming there? I don't know. I was hoping there was going to be a video of whatever GameStop in Milan, Italy he was talking about. Guess not, though.
What you've been watching is Sega Dreamcast
electronics store in town. There he is.
This is a Funko Land. The town I was in, where I grew up, it was a Funko Land until GameStop bought Funko Land, and it became a GameStop.
Oh, just looking around, actually. This is all different.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, they changed the place around.
Black and white. No, it's not even worth it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I hate these books when they make them in black and white.
Yeah.
They need to be in color.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You just won $1 million.
I love Ken. No, I love Ken. I love Ken. No, I love Ken.
Is that your final answer?
Diablo 2. Wow, look at that Zelda. Oh. And Final Fantasy 9. Zoomers will never experience Funko Land sad. It's not sad. That's just how everything goes. Every generation has experiences that are nostalgic to them that mean nothing to later generations. You know, our parents did things that were nostalgic to them that mean nothing to us, and Gen Z has things that are going to be nostalgic to them that I don't understand, and Alpha, and so on, and so on, and so on. The things that we remember fondly as children aren't necessarily remembered fondly because of the thing they were. It's because we were children, and things were new and bright and fun, and the world hadn't beat us into a cynical pulp.
Oh, wow. What's up with that?
Lunar.
With this home video recording, Dad had captured a glimpse of gaming history. Just look at all those Dreamcast games on the wall. I could rewatch this over and over again. And thankfully, this wasn't the only store Dad caught on tape that week.
Yeah.
A couple of days later, he brought the video camera into our local Funko Land store. Remember Funko Land?
Where do you think you are? Funko Land?
Why were 90s game advertisements so violent and, like, aggressive? Have you noticed that? Hold on. 90s game ads. I know that the 90s was, like, extreme! I know, but, like, holy shit, everything video game in the 90s was, like... it was all... you can tell that they're trying to sell to 12-year-old boys in the 90s. Hydrate, will do. Thanks, Poetic Fox, for finding that GameStop. This is the GameStop in Milan. Oh, is this the only picture? Are they trying to do more like of a Apple Store thing where some of the stuff is like out on display so you can try it on? Maybe it's different in Italy, but I'm just gonna be honest, I've been in enough GameStops that I'm not gonna put a headset on that anyone in a GameStop could have also tried on. Anyone who's been in a GameStop regularly, have you had the experience where you run into one of these guys that clearly doesn't wash, and they have like, not just BO, but like 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 Pigpen, like the Peanuts character Pigpen, the smell of shit, piss, and ass just follows them. It's like there's a cloud. I've run into that at GameStop a few times, and that's unfortunate. So anyway, I wouldn't want to try on... That's why I wouldn't want to try anything on at a GameStop. I don't know how hygienic it is. I'd kind of be afraid that... I know this isn't possible because my urinary tract isn't in my ear, but I'm afraid I'm going to get an ear UTI. Is this the Toy Story 2 Collectathon game? No, this is the first one. I played this on PC. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's Toy Story, the 2D side scroller, but the commercial's like, whoa, it's the fucking 90s! Like, I've played this game, it's not that exciting, it's fine, but damn. It's no Lion King Super Nintendo. Ew, no. What the fuck? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit.
Hey!
Sonic 3 is coming.
Look for the shadow!
On Groundhog Day. Make that Hedgehog Day.
Did you see the shadow? Look up!
Sonic 3, February 7th.
Again, all 90s game commercials. Aggressive, in your face, edgy. Aladdin for SNES. I actually haven't played that one. I know there's remasters, and it's like a Aladdin Lion King remastered together on Switch. I haven't played it. Maybe someday. Remember when Crash Bandicoot was the Sony mascot? And then a certain Spartan showed up, and all of a sudden, oh, who gives a fuck about Crash Bandicoot?
Lush organic environments. How's that make you feel, buddy? You feel a little like your days are numbered? I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. You're hurting my elbow. Is that Italian? No, Bandicoot is an Australian name.
Beast you loved on Super NES.
Donkey Kong Country is GOAT? Like, I love Super Mario World. I said this the other day, I think, when we watched the Nintendo Direct commercial for the new Mario game. My favorite 2D Mario, Super Mario World. Super Mario 3 is probably right under that. Donkey Kong Country I have more nostalgia for. I played Donkey Kong Country a lot more. The graphics were always so cool to me at the time.
And now we've captured him on Game Boy in an all-new game with all new enemies and worlds. Donkey Kong Land. New for Game Boy and Super Game Boy.
First Name Bunch of Numbers says, you know what game I missed from the 90s? Sim Ant. Has anyone else ever heard of Sim Ant, let alone played it? I've never heard of it. Toe Jam and Earl. Oh, is this the Got Milk? This is the Mario Got Milk, right?
Want to grow? The calcium in milk helps bones grow.
You will believe an ass this fat can fit into a package this small. I'm not fat. I'm getting in shape. You better be, because South Park is under attack.
Super, thanks for asking. Okay, you're going to jail.
Oh, I get to pop. Hey, stupid, I'm over here.
Jesus.
Central South Park, now on PlayStation. From Acclaim.
Oh, oh god, the ad stuck in my head. I love this.
No matter
how they toss the dice, it has to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me.
Something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky world of Nintendo. Introducing Super Smash Brothers, where all your favorite characters go toe-to-toe in one 4-player star-studded slam fest, only on Nintendo 64. Two superheroes, Dashing Super Guy and Kirby from Nintendo.
Oh, that's a weird depiction of Kirby.
In some ways, Kirby much with help.
Does anyone have footage of a Bed Bath & Beyond in the 90s? That'd be kind of funny. There's definitely already documentaries about Bed Bath & Beyond going out of business. Company Man did one, of course. Retail Archaeology did one.
Hello everyone and welcome to my bathroom. I recently moved into a new place and there's a bathroom down here downstairs, like a half bathroom, a guest bathroom that I haven't done anything with. and bachelor pad is not the aesthetic I'm going for at my new place. So I figured, what better place to go and try and find stuff to kind of perk up my bathroom than Bed Bath & Beyond. It turns out, though, there were better places than Bed Bath & Beyond. This is the same location that I filmed for my video 2 years ago, so I thought it would be a good chance to see how things have changed. For example, I don't think there was a bird's nest in the B of Beyond the last time I was here 2 years ago. In that previous video, I covered the history of Bed Bath & Beyond as well as some of the problems they were facing back then 2 years ago. However, they've been in the news again recently because they're still having problems. And I also need stuff for my new place, so I figured this would be a good chance to kind of kill two birds with one stone. Just not the birds in the nest in the sign. That's weird. A ramen gift pack at Bed Bath & Beyond? That's not something I would think I would see here. So 2 years ago, their sales were in a funk, and as of today, Bed Bath & Beyond's sales are slumping even further. Now, 2 years ago, they did have a little bit of cash on hand at least, but they've spent much of that cash on stock buybacks, and now they don't have cash to cover capital expenses and things like that because of the slumping sales. So, you know, this is something I want for my bathroom.
Are they charging $30 for a thing of poopery? Holy fucking shit. Are you kidding me?
But I'm not going to get it here because of the price. Something you may notice in this footage, especially if you look at my
For those who don't know, poopery is basically an oil that you can put in the toilet and sits on the top of the toilet water to keep the smell from your poop coming out.
This video is those blue curtains hanging all above all the displays. When I filmed the first video here, this store was stacked literally floor to ceiling with product. Now they've removed everything from the top sections and just covered those empty parts with these blue curtains. And I mentioned in the previous video that I felt like there was way too much stock in the store. However, just keeping the empty space and covering it with blue curtains like that just makes the store seem even sadder in a way. Like, you can tell that those were all empty spaces where stuff for sale used to be. Even though this panoramic
I want to see what it looked like on the going out of business sales. Because I didn't actually go into any of them, but I know there were, like, big-ass sales, or not even big sales, but they were very heavily advertising going out of business sales stuff.
I don't know, there's memories tied to that. And then I started seeing these videos pop up, and I knew it was time for me to go and check these sales out. That the stores, all of the stores will be closing at different dates, so you'll have to check your local store to see, but all of them will be closed.
$400 for two of those chairs?
By June 30th. So I was excited to come in here, honey. I'm like, give me everything, especially looking at all the patio furniture. And...
Okay, so that's... Is it the same thing, or is that just the table? No, that's just the table. It's $100. Oh my god.
I was quickly shocked.
Jeez, no wonder they went out of business. Even when they're, like, desperate for money, they're unwilling to sell things for less. Holy shit. Who's Your Friend says, I don't know if you've made a decision of who you're going to raid. I'd like to suggest Samantha Lux 666. Okay. Let me copy-paste that real quick so I don't forget. Cappy.
To learn that most of the items were only 10% off. 10% off of what was already pretty expensive. Because as you know, Bed Bath & Beyond tended to skew on the more expensive side of things. And it's not that the quality was much better. I especially love these black chairs. And I was like, oh man, I'm hoping that these would be at least 40% off. But they're not. They're still $90 each. But, you know...
$15 off this $150 fucking... Are you kidding me?
It's not that the quality would be a lot better. Like, I just feel like you're just paying for the name of Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know, to be honest. There's a lot of the stuff you would be able to find, you know, at different stores that are cheaper. Especially now, because a lot of the patio and outdoor furniture is on sale. Like 30-40% off. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're just trying to, make some money. They're closing. They went up, they went bankrupt, so they're just trying to liquidate everything. But to be honest, girl, everything was 10% off. And to me, 10% does not warrant a trip to any store, because the savings just isn't enough in my opinion, you know, because like I said, the stuff was already a little bit overpriced in the first place, so it's not like you're really getting a good deal. So now I came over here to, I guess, like more of the home decor stuff, and in electronics. I heard that the electronics was more, but the home decor was around 20% off, which is nice. It's a little bit better, but even 20% off is still like, we can do better. Now, as you just saw, the electronics was 40% off, but they really didn't have much left. And it was like 40% off of, like, you know, Google Nest and Ring and stuff like that. And so some of the like Halloween decor, like seasonal stuff, was 50% off. Like, but even the Christmas tablecloths, they were only 20% off. So it's like, why the discrepancies? You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do with this stuff? The curtains was, I know you can buy.
That's ridiculous. I don't know how much more there's going to be to say about the Bed Bath & Beyond thing moving forward. I'm sure we'll still cover, like, GME and stuff. And as things... there's got to be at least another round of delusion, right? After, like, Bye Bye Baby gets sold or whatever. And it's going to be underwhelming, I'd imagine. For them, at least. I don't know. We'll look back in on that community if things get more interesting in the future. But that's it for now. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I had fun. If you haven't already, give me a follow. And I think that's it. So have a good night, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow for some kind of stream. Maybe Chud Watch. That might be fun. And that's it. Let's do this raid. Teeth are just bones. Teeth are just bones that I can see. Wait, why did it not work? Did it not work? Why didn't the raid command work? Hold on. Invalid username? What the fuck? Oh, there... Let me try again. There we go. I wonder why that didn't... It must have been spelled incorrectly where I copied it pasted from. Alright, have a great night, everyone. See you later for real this time. Bye.